Welcome to the saga of the kryptonite life. When some of the days go wrong and then some of the days go right. Meaning life can make you weak, but we can walk you to the light. The life where dreams come true are just the nightmares of the hype. Where love and hate are roommates, pleasure and pain are friends. Peace and war and lovers, insane and insane are twins. Cause I want it all and nothing ain't enough for me. And all I need is love, but why y'all all up under me? Plus I would like to see every single lady's sex face. At the same time, man, I'm looking for my soulmate. I feel so religious, spirits living up above. But I gotta admit, I want my chariot with doves. And I could be your Superman and I could set you free. But honestly, I need the cash and I'm charging a fee for my cigarettes and water, my fruit juice and my alcohol, my salads and my pork chops. I got high cholesterol. Lois said she loved me, then she hit me up for child support. Lex baby mama ain't gon' never take his ass to court. Got me in this nightclub, trying to get my mind right. When she bent over, I was looking at my whole life. So once upon a time on a planet called Earth, a man dug in his pockets just to see what he was worth. Well, rabbit is with more than Eric B. and Rakim. Then the infinite power that he was holding within got him kinda confused, obligated, misused. Got in front of a microphone a couple times and he spewed his whole guts. Some of the things he loved and some of the things he lost. Some of the funky hate, some of the funky trust. And thus mixtape became an album. Your first installment has started. You're welcome.
What's happening, fam? L.A.R. movement still moving. Now, as you see by the thumbnail, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room, just in my opinion, the Black Manosphere. So, what's been going on over these years, right? There was a Black Manosphere that happened that was there prior to COVID, right? And then, Kevin Samuels introduced pretty much the world to the Black Manosphere in his own way, right? And then after that, you had people. I mean, from that time, from a little bit before that time to a little bit after that time, you had people in the Black Manosphere who said, look, I'm done with this stuff, right? And after that, you had a bunch of people, not in that whole time period. I can't even say after. You had a bunch of people, who wound up getting big using everything about the Black Manosphere when it comes to the relationship part, right? But as far as the social commentary, not so much, because the relationship part is what people saw as people that made a lot of money. So it was relationships first, politics second, and social commentary third. So what I see now is the relationship part is not over. It's not overdone per se. It's just underexperienced. And what I mean is you have people who are talking who don't really have as much experience as they portray themselves to have, right? Because they're just using other people's talking points. Then you have the political part where people don't necessarily want to be, they're either far left or far right, right? And more times than not, people who are anti-Black Manosphere are far left. And there are people who are, you can even say anti-Black Manosphere that are far right too. They're not really in the middle. They're not really centered like that. You know what I mean? Which is a problem. Man, Tony, man, thank you. So, And then you have the social commentary part, which gets overlooked because people are looking at relationship commentary and comments as social commentary when it's not really the same thing, you know. So what I'm gonna do, you know, with this conversation is basically involve all three. Okay? Because the other thing about, you know, the Black Manosphere, like Edward Anderson would say, the Black Manosphere is anti-propaganda. You get what I'm saying? And what happens is sometimes black men in the Black Manosphere have to talk to other black men about their propaganda the same way we have to talk to let's just say black women, or we have to talk to non-black men or even non-quote-unquote FBA men about the propaganda. And this is where I'm gonna start, because the relationship commentary, the political commentary, and the social commentary have this thing in common that people refer to as black culture, right? And the Black Manosphere is good at pointing out, you know, all the aspects of black culture. But people who are like grifting, they're into pointing out things that make them look good. Or people that are talking politics are only gonna talk about the things that make them of their party look good. You know what I'm saying? And the people having a social commentary, and I say the social commentary sometimes is more, say, black male or black male centered versus pro-black, or black male centered versus agenda first, or patriotism. You get what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Or black male centered versus pretty much, you know, the whole idea or ideal of what America is and supposed to be globally, and, you know, within our borders. So first things first, our Papa freaks all the honeys and all that other good stuff. But we have to talk about the black culture. And the problem with this is the Black Manosphere told you about the culture back in the day, the culture when we grew up, and the culture now. But a lot of people now, too many people now are trying to say all black culture is, let's just say, drill rap culture. Anything that's associated with drill rap, or, you know, an extension of drill rap, that's just all black culture. Like, that's just it. And you got people who are black saying this, non-black, you know, FBA, non-FBA saying the whole same thing. So in the Black Manosphere, you have guys from all different walks of life who can actually show you, yeah, we got good areas, we got bad areas. But what happens more so than not is when it comes to black people, black men, because we're the front line of that, all black stereotypes lead to black men. So since all bad black stereotypes lead to black men, now we had to address all of these issues that people were going, black culture, black men, black baby daddies, thus all of these things that came out with, you know, Most Involved, and actually we aren't broke, and actually we aren't in jail, and actually we aren't committing all these crimes at the clip that people say. You get what I'm saying? You know, people overdo it with us as black men. So then we have to draw a line in the sand within the community and outside of the community, because we got to talk about what is real, what, you know, and what is not. And that's why I said, you know, the black culture is the thing that's pervasive along the whole way. So when it comes, so the Black Manosphere has talked to a bunch of different brothers in their regular lives and outside of their regular lives about directions they can go to better themselves. And what happened was, when people figured out, you know, when YouTube started blowing up and people started making money, and I have to reiterate this again, the Black Manosphere is a shadow banned space. in its in general sense. But when you look at all of these things going on in society, whether we're talking about relationships all the way up to like right now in the political climate of Trump being in office and the United Healthcare CEO being gunned down. These are things we've already spoken about. We've talked about how this society is going to shift for these reasons. When you go to, all of these groups still, black people are this, black people are that, and then you're seeing all of these groups who seem to put up the facade that they're so much better than Black America, have all of these issues in the last few years, and all of the things that they told us that we need to do to better ourselves, all of a sudden it doesn't apply to them because they're owed more from America, right? So, and the reason this has to be talked about in the sense of, because the Black Manosphere, the Manosphere is white for the most part. The Black Manosphere is black, right? But we didn't have their issues, and they always had this, throw they racism in it. So most brothers weren't really involved. Most black men in the Black Manosphere weren't really involved in the quote unquote Manosphere. Okay, that's the first thing. So the Black Manosphere part, it was an initial split for the vast majority of people in the Black Manosphere. So when you see content creators who have a red pill or Manosphere thing and they are integrated, for the most part, most of them guys went to the white audience because it's a bigger audience and they can make more money. And what a lot of the guys who were black did was they used Black Manosphere talking points to be the canary in the coal mine for white guys and Asian guys and Hispanic guys and Arab guys, because if I change my tone and say I'm not like those blacks over there, and I'm a different kind of black. I pulled myself up by my bootstraps, and I vote a certain way, and I live a certain way, and I'm in a different tax bracket, and I was raised in a different class, and I'm not hood like that. All they had to do was talk like that and give their caveats and basically hover around the Black Manosphere and just write down and repeat everything we said. So a lot of guys, a lot of men and women should tell the Black Manosphere to thank us, honestly. And I'm talking about guys who are in the space and who are no longer in the space. You get what I'm saying? Or who've, said they were no longer in the space. Like, Solo TV. You should thank them. O'Shea, you should thank them. Angry Man, you should thank them. Those are the guys. I'm not sure if Jap said he was not in it or not. I forgot. If he did, if he said that and he's no longer in it, you should thank Jap too. But the issue becomes, because sometimes people think that in some aspect we're hating on people who came after us or who wind up getting a bigger platform or bigger audience. No, that's not really the issue. The issue is, if you're gonna do Black Manosphere content and you weren't ever really in the Black Manosphere, stop hovering around our space to get content for your show. That's the issue. If you're not like I'm not like those guys over there or whatever stereotype you got about us guys over here, don't bring yourself over here on the low or through a friend or blah 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 and poach our content and then be on your platform like it's these are all my original ideas and let's get it. Let me not get this twisted with some people. Some people come into information whenever they come into information, right? So there are some people who coming into this type of information now, and they have no idea that it came from somewhere else, right? And there are some people who have an issue with it because ultimately their issue is they're brainwashed. That's what it is. They're really brainwashed. And anything, he said, you want to thank Bar? Whatever. Bar is one of those Manosphere people. And I remember when they found out Bar was part black, they was, oh my God. Because the white guys, treated, it was Barbarossa was kind of like their origin or one of their origins until they found out he was mixed. And then all of a sudden, oh. So even in that aspect, it is what it is. But that's a whole nother story, right? I was here long enough to know that part too. That's why I'm saying that. Not no disrespect, no diss, and no nothing like that. But now we have this thing where the men and the women are having the same conversations and the same issues and the same arguments that us in the Black Manosphere had 5 to 10 years ago, even on the panels interacting with women. So in the issue becomes even with the women that interacted with the Black Manosphere, what they did, you're gonna have women recycle that too. You get what I'm saying? That's why this hovering thing about femininity, you're gonna see femininity courses again. You're gonna see, how you could get a man and beat with a man again, which is let's just say supposed to be anti get the bag, but that has its own beef with it. And this is why I'm, part of the reason I'm getting into this conversation is that's the relationship part. Now let me just skip ahead a little bit to the political part. So politically, you have people who don't like the Black Manosphere. Like I said, they're usually far left or far right, right? When I say far left, they're usually black men and black women who are overly democratic, who play they're misogynist and they're not real men, and they don't represent what a real black man is. And then a lot of times you have these effeminate guys saying that, and at the same time people don't represent what people want black men to be either, right? But as long as they are far left and everything goes with effeminate ideas and lack of principles and morals, because you lack principles and morals when you can't stand on the truth because your agenda comes first. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm hearing things in the house. I thought my wife was calling. There you go. So then you have the far right. The far right part of it is, okay. I'm getting a whole bunch. I'm getting messages while I'm doing this, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna lock in a second. I'm gonna lock in. What the heck? So what winds up happening is this. Now you have a situation where on the far right, you have the pick yourself up by your bootstraps, and race and racism doesn't matter, and the economy this and the economy that, and and if you were just to do basically everything that white people do, life will work out for you better. Because, as black men, what you're doing is completely wrong. So you follow the white protocol. And then when the white protocol is not working for white people, then it's like, well, what are we talking about here? And it's like, hey, be quiet. So, and the reason why I have to say it that way is because if you go around social media and you go around politics and you hear the political part and the social landscape of the political part, you have two people on extremes that are not moderate enough to have common sense. So where we, like in the Black Manosphere, come into play is we just kind of cut down the middle of the common sense part. And what you're starting to see is, with the rising level of debt in America, people are starting to have more common sense, because you can't afford to be extreme and stupid at the same time, because your pockets won't allow it. And now you have people talking about things like, hey man, look at rising inflation and rising cost of homes and the rising cost of education, and you can't get a job nowadays and you can't get hired, and now everybody of every race feels like they can't, they don't get a fair shake anymore because society is not really giving them a break. And it's like, oh, okay. And even when you get to schools and education, all of a sudden the single parent household is a problem even in the suburban schools, right? It's a problem then too. It's a problem in the suburbs now, right? And then since it's a problem in that aspect, now all of a sudden they have issues in their schools, and the cheating scandals as far as like education, and kids going to Ivy League schools and they're not really reading because they're on their phone all the time, but they got to the Ivy League not really reading. So not even your quote unquote smartest and brightest don't really pay attention that well. It's stuff we brought up time and time again. But when it was black men talking about it in the black community, it was just black culture. The black culture of single mother households and kids, not needing a father, and father not being in the home, and the family courts are not in the favor of men, and blah blah blah. Oh, then it became a problem, and now you're seeing violence in all communities, but we're just going to sweep it under the rug when there's other people, but unfortunately you can't. Now, which leads me to the social commentary part. Shout out to BGS, because he was one of the people at the forefront saying, listen, this AI is going to be replacing a lot of jobs. It's going to be replacing a lot of people. People need to start getting some real skills outside of this technology, because they're going to start getting rid of a lot of things. And now people are figuring it out, because the tech community has got hit with a lot of layoffs. You get what I'm saying? So, and this came since quote unquote COVID, the pandemic. Because and let me be honest, just as a black man from the Black Manosphere, we knew when the pandemic hit, a lot of y'all was just gonna be lazy. This is why all these people still talking about working from home. If I was you, and if you have the seniority to work from home, and you've contributed and brought a lot of money to the company, then you can work from home. Or if you save the company a lot of money, you can work from home. But if you think you're gonna be fresh out of college and you looking to work from home, you're gonna be unemployed. If you think you've been on a job and you've been lazy for years and you're gonna work from home, they're gonna fire you. That's what's gonna happen. Just for the record. And even using the mainstream and media, because we talked about social commentary, even with this newest situation with Jay-Z. Now all of a sudden, because it's Jay-Z, now people are going, man, people lie on people. We've been saying, the Black Manosphere talked about people lying the whole Me Too movement. As a matter of fact, when the Me Too movement started and it was predominantly white men, the black manosphere and other black men who were social commentators and content creators said, watch they turn this on black men. And as soon as they did it, they kept going. They kept going. And now it's just black man, black man, black man, black man, to the point that we've already made the we kind of laugh because it's like, oh yeah, every time they say somebody got in trouble, they gonna always say somebody next. You see it in social media. When this person got in trouble, man, they trying to get such and such. That was the next person. They tried it. Did it work? Not really. Man, they tried with them, but they gonna get such and such. Oh yeah, and they go and this is the other thing that we got to talk about. One of the reasons, in my opinion, I think people don't like the black manosphere is because we can predict not only Black America, but America's brainwashing. Because we see it coming a mile away because we're so used to it. We're so used to like, oh, here we go. Here we go. As a matter of fact, let me back up a little bit. When China, was before when they were going to Africa to quote unquote invest in Africa. I remember brothers in the black manosphere talking to brothers from Africa like, hey, y'all be careful with that because y'all got a lot of resources. And if you think y'all gonna trade Europe for China and they're gonna be a whole lot better, they might be better in some ways, but they still trying to, rob y'all. And we got you Negroes don't know what you're talking about. Shut up, you blacks. You don't have an education. You don't know how this works. And then what started happening? They started playing them, using them, robbing them, stealing, trying to beating them, and segregating them in their own country. And it's like, wait a minute. Excuse me. And we were like, I told you. I told you. And see, people don't think about this, and they because they don't go that far back. Or some people forgot these type of things because of it's been so long, so many things came up. And the other thing also is to keep people's attention nowadays. You got to do a lot of current events. Because it's to get people's attention, you got to be like TMZ in some ways. You got to go with the salacious news. And it's like, okay. So, and we know people they like salacious news. Now, this is where I'm going to get ugly about this. The black manosphere is different from the pro-black community, even though, we have relationships that rock with each other, and we're different from the effeminate black community, which it's not just the LGBTQ community, it's the effeminate community where we're different from that. And since I have to go down this path, and we're different from the, what do you call that? The sellout class of Black America also. You get what I'm saying? And since people don't put it together because you don't really see people in the black manosphere debating or on big platforms or having news articles or being on shows, or it's for a reason. Because the black men from the black manosphere, we've done the debating thing with people and it destroyed a lot of people before YouTube blew up. You get what I'm saying? For the relationship sector. And also, there were times where people thought they could get somebody. I remember, I forgot the news company, but a young lady wanted to interview Obsidian. And it didn't go the way she thought it was gonna go at all. Because the stereotype of the black manosphere, I don't know why y'all stereotype the black manosphere as stupid. That that is so that is your fault. But people had to learn the hard way. We not stupid at all. Um, Same thing like when Kevin Samuels was going around doing interviews. It was just it was too good. It was too good to have a debate with because you couldn't really, you know, deal with the responses you were getting. The way people answer questions. We don't really lie and obfuscate, and we don't have the grifter mentality where I'm just going to say something crazy and salacious and double down and triple down for a show. We don't do none of that. We're going to give you what we think, and that's what it is. And now and people have a problem now because, you know, some of y'all don't realize, like even with the ladies, when they were, you know, some of the ladies that, how can I say this? Some of the ladies you like and some of the ladies you don't like have either have been in the black manosphere. Like shout out to Crimson Cure. She been in here, like she got more seniority than the vast majority of guys in the black manosphere. Dead serious. You know, congrats to her and all her success. That's what it is. But then you had even Cynthia G when she, you know, I think she's back now. She had her, you know, coming into the black manosphere, talking, debating type of situation. This space isn't anti debate. It's just we're hard to beat. You know what I mean? You know, same thing. Sometimes I don't even think, if I'm not mistaken, you know, from time to time we've had guys of other races come in and try to have these conversations, and it didn't go well for them either because, you know, of the stereotype. And what you wind up having is a bunch of people who were were out of their league. Let's just put it like that. Sister George and C. Rose, shout out to them. You know, shout out to them. And we dabbled in the shenanigans for sure. For sure. You know, we've made it. Sometimes we've been extreme. Yeah. Sometimes we've been lenient. Yeah. But we've been a moderate bunch for the most part. So let me get into some of these things that the reason I lay that down for a second is because we got to talk about some things in our society right now. America is not prepared for what's coming at all. So, you know, people are looking for a financial reset, or, you know, the rules of engagement are going to be the same because people said so. No, the world is going to completely change. Between BRICS and who else is that? Goodness. BRICS and the UAE. Is it the UAE or Saudi Arabia? In the petrodollar, the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a dramatic shift just in the mentality of the world. And what I mean is the West, i.e. Europe, in the United States and Canada, they're not going to be looked at with the same reverence. They're not going to get the same amount of grace. And they're going to have a mental breakdown because of that. You get what I'm saying? Because they're becoming, you know, all of their negative publicity and negative stereotypes are going to be right on the front street. The same thing is going to happen, you know, this whole thing about, you know, immigration. And now you have people talking that, you know, we can't who's gonna work? And it's like, oh, I thought you can't. Oh, I'm sorry. White America can't pull itself up by its bootstraps anymore. You need illegal immigrants to do the work. Yeah, we knew that already. We knew that already. What's up? So now we're at a point where we're gonna be dealing. Oh, we're gonna be dealing. Oh my goodness, we're gonna be dealing with the reality of this over and over again. And the reality is, if you're not preparing yourself for hard times, you gonna be screwed. And when I say preparing yourself, you got to mentally prepare yourself, because one of the things we talked about before was parenting. What's up, AB? We talked about parenting, and a lot of people, for years, people been talking about black men and black men ain't been good fathers and this, that, and the third. And really, what black men have been doing is trying to prepare the next generation and the generations, the generations behind them, for when this stuff is not going to go as smoothly as people thought. And guess what happened? Now you're seeing with every community how when people say bad parenting has ruined society. But you can't really blame it on Black America, because bad parenting is how the schools are set up. They set the schools up this way. This is why the majority of the kids aren't that bright. This is why they don't work as hard. This is why the standards are lower and lower and lower in each year. This is why the teachers are quitting, because there is no discipline in the schools, because the schools were enabling undisciplined homes. Now, see, if you want to blame single mother households and their bad parenting for society, I get it. But you also got to blame the family court for enabling single mothers who weren't good parents. You also got to blame the schools for enabling these single mothers' bad kids. And now the society we living in is showing, oh, it's not looking so well. And here's the kicker. When we talk about these generational things, right? Because honestly, baby boomers are still predominantly in power. So their way of viewing society, they're the biggest part of creating this. And the reason I got to bring all of that to put that together is for this. Because I talked about AI, because the Black Manosphere talked about AI taking people's jobs. And fathers not being in the homes and the courts and the schools enabling this. Now, I don't think it was a plan completely to go this way, but I'm gonna tell you this: our society right now is built for AI, because it's going off the assumption that the group of kids that have already, the group of young men and women who've already graduated and entered into the workforce, all the way till the young kids that are just starting school, they're not going to be mentally prepared for life. They're not reading right. Because you remember, it was just these black boys aren't reading at a such and such grade level. Well, hate to break the news to you, that's really everybody, because everybody not really reading. And the problem with not reading is, reading is one thing, comprehension is another. So you're not reading and you're not comprehending. So you're not comprehending what you read because you're not reading, and you're not comprehending a conversation because you're not good at comprehension. So these are the people that are coming into the workforce in the future. And we've seen this before. We like, oh, okay, I know what's going to happen. Oh yeah, I know really what's about to happen. The same kids who in school and they mad because they didn't learn anything, so they think they're going to fight the teachers, they're going to take that out into society. But they're going to have to it's going to be droves of them learning the hard way. Hey man, I don't care what you mad at. You're going to get stomped out or hurt out here. And this is the same thing that happens in the black community, because black parents and black single mothers and black families had to tell their sons specifically, hey, you can't keep wilding out like this, because if you take that out there, these police gonna put a bullet in you. That's what's gonna happen. And some of these kids just didn't want to listen, and the vast majority of them didn't get hurt. Well, we didn't get shot, but a lot of them got tuned up. And see, for a person in my generation, of my age, police intimidating and over, because police brutality is beating you, so some of this falls in police brutality, but police had a thing where the police would bully black kids, and I was a teenager in the 90s, so it was happening, walking to and from school, or walking home or leaving home, they just roll up on you, gun out, whatever, right? So we knew that, because we would see grown men in squad cars with badges and guns who got their kicks out of trying to intimidate us as kids, or beating us up, or putting guns in our face. That's what they got off on. They were grown men, 30s, 40s. It wasn't like when people go, it's these rookies. It wasn't a rookie thing. That's what they like to do. So the kids after that, they don't get it, because they didn't have that experience. So they don't know that that's waiting for them on the other side, in a sense. It's the same thing, with kids of other groups. They just, they're so, America is so great. And we like, okay, you finna find out. So we warned the society about, our experience. But the problem was, and this is the thing about the black manosphere, and black men in general, we warned society about the black male experience, because we knew, our experience trickles to every other group, but every other group is so arrogant that they don't believe that. They be like, that'll never happen to us. It's like, okay. And then it start happening to everybody else. And then what do we have? The brother, we in this together conversation. And we got to be like, nope, no, we not. Mm-mm. No, we not. Mm-mm. We're not doing this. Even with Black America, we have that conversation. Even with the far left, we got the brothers, we got to come together and help everybody. And we're all people and people of color. And we're like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Because y'all don't get that people have separated themselves. And that's, we were great at predicting that and pointing that out on numerous occasions, to the point where it's becoming a mainstream thing. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed for putting all, for expounding on those type of things. But even other people who were in politics expounded on that. You get what I'm saying? Because now what you're seeing is, how can I put this properly? You're seeing groups of people, like you're seeing black people like, brother, we need to stick up for everybody. And then we're like, no, we don't. They got a history of not sticking up for us. And then they can't respond to that because it's true. And I remember when Ice Cube did the God dog it. What is it? Something to Black America. He was, I was about to say congression, but it's not congression. Anyway, when he wanted to address us as Black America and our issues publicly, and he got on was it Queen's talking with Queen's conversation, something like that. But it was like Vivica Fox. There's a few black women. Vivica Fox was one of the major ones. Lisa Ray. And then it was like, contract for Black America. Thank you. And when he said, when I said black people, I'm including black women. And it was like, no, you're not. Black Manosphere had already said for years, we have different, our political agendas are not the same. and it took Cocktails with Queens. Thanks. It took, and then when that happened, it was like we've been trying to tell y'all that for years, but we've been quote unquote shadow banned, right? You know, but now we have an issue that we haven't talked about enough. And that's a simple one. What are we gonna do about grifters and poachers? So should we attack grifters and poachers? Because it's not really, because a grifter and a poacher is gonna grift and poach. That's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. That's the reality of it. But the thing is, we can't control where the audience likes to go. And what we've learned is a lot of times people are gravitating to fantasy that doesn't work in practical application. And this is why part of why I got to have a conversation about some things. And I said earlier, relationships, politics, and just social commentary. When it comes to relationship aspect, the Black Manosphere's relationship content came from guys actually being involved in relationships in different situations. We're in an era now where people are just making up situations because they aren't in situations. So that's why I say people are grifting and poaching, because they have listened to something that somebody else has said and repeated it for their audience. But usually their lives might not be that. And there's no sincerity in their point of view because it's not real. You get what I'm saying? And even with the Black Manosphere, we know where we got guys who don't deal with Black women talk about the Black relationship dynamic, and it don't make sense. Whether they be Black or non-Black. What's up, dog? So you got these people out here who want to talk about Black relationships, Black, and it's like nothing. The only thing in your life that's Black is you. So why are you talking about Black stuff? Don't make no sense. And it's not a thing where saying, I'm Black, so I can talk about Black stuff. It's like, you haven't been in Black situations for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. What are you going to actually bring to that? Nothing. And that goes from relationships to politics to social commentary. And then, you have people in their political views, whether they're extreme left or extreme right. And they Black people this and Black that. And it's like, listen, you know why both parties don't really know what's going on with Black America or Black men in particular? Because y'all spent all of these years, like everybody else, just making up stuff built on stereotypes from the 80s. So y'all don't know what you're talking about or who you're talking to. No, they both didn't marry white women. They didn't. And that becomes part of the problem. If you gonna run, Tyreek's wife is biracial. When did biracial become white? I don't know, because she identifies as Black, birth certificate says Black, driver's license says Black, but now she white. Phil, I believe his first wife was Black. I think this wife is Hispanic, I believe. But hey, I don't know if it's Afro Latina. I don't know, but she's not white. I know that. But she got it. It's that. And on the flip side of that, we have to talk about, even like I said, the political thing is just stereotypes. It's just stereotypes. And then when it comes to the social commentary, and this is why part of my issue about this stuff now, a lot of this social commentary, and people aren't really trying to pay attention about being anti-black or anti-black man in particular. It's really you're anti-black to keep people focused on Black America because your culture is crumbling and you don't want nobody to see it. Now, us as black men, we see it. But the problem is because we see it, everybody else wants to play stupid. So just like with America, like brothers taking a step back, like, hey, look, I'm not even gonna get involved in this because I'm not gonna be the fault guy. And that's why early on I brought up the United Healthcare CEO. If that was a black guy that did that, y'all wouldn't be talking this hero ideology of maybe I don't understand what's going on. It wouldn't be all of this grace for this dude. But I really don't care either way. But I heard Sergeant Willie P talk about that earlier. Like, dog, if he was black, y'all, a white guy from a well-off family, quote unquote, goes left and hunts down a CEO and pops him. And it's like, bro, personally, I'm like, them arresting him, I don't believe it. Honestly, I'm like, bro, okay, let me get this right. A guy kills a guy and he stays around because he's well off, and he goes a state or two over, and he goes to McDonald's when he could have just went to Canada. He could have just went to Canada. He could have just went to Canada. He could have went to Canada. He could have went to Europe. He could have went somewhere with no extradition if he well off because they didn't know who he was. But they caught him there with the gun on him and and a manifesto, and it's like, bro, this don't even make sense. But from the idea of a face. So basically, any white guy that looks like, I don't know, Ryan Gosling or whatever, he matches the profile. I'm saying that for a reason. Because if he was black, he wouldn't have got that far away in the first place. If that's the guy, they gave him ample opportunity to lead the country. And his food stayed. That don't make no sense. But whatever. Now, let me do this. Fam. I'm gonna have my Kevin Samuels night, I guess. Copy. Some of y'all want to come up. We can have a conversation about what you think about the Black Manosphere, and stick to the topic. If you get off the topic, I'm just going to drop you. Okay, that's what it's going to be. But because when it comes, like for me, when it comes to the Black Manosphere, America is going to have a couple of questions. Are these brothers really right? Because we've been right about so many things, we can't be wrong. The question is, what is everybody else prepared to deal with? And I say that because it is. This whole society about mental health and trauma, for most black men, is weak. Because a lot of y'all aren't really going through trauma. You're not really having mental issues or whatever like that. What's up, Vince? I got you, man. Yeah.
Yo.
Speak your piece, fam. What you got?
Man, I'm just tapping in. I kind of just heard the last thing that you said. I want to just flow off that about people wrestling with the fact whether if the Black Manosphere is right and correct. It don't sound crazy. And one of the things I've always heard since my time listening to this aspect of this pocket of the Manosphere, which I think is the most sane and intellectual side, is like we, it seems like this is like the canary in the coal mine, like part of intelligentsia and things like that. Like when BGS exposed us to Dark Ghetto, and I actually went to go read that book and saw how the tango pathology, how one small social situation spread out and things like that. Like people are just starting to really experience a lot of things in their culture that Black people have been experiencing since the 60s and 70s and stuff like that. So when people are, it's like what Bane said. What he say? Like I was, you was
You
trained in the
use the
dark.
dark. I was born in it.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He basically said, "You think darkness is your ally? I was born in the dark. I was molded by it.
Mm-hmm.
So the shadows betray you because the shadows belong to me. Basically, it's going by what you're saying earlier, L.A.R. And I just want to hop on and say this. The reason why the space is so controversial is just because of this. The vast majority of these guys are middle class, lower to upper middle class, sexually active men, that have a lot of like politically like moderate views. And those are three things that a lot of people don't like to acknowledge nowadays. Or should I say, those are three different, I guess you could say, and I hate to have to use the whole feminist terminology, but like those are basically three intersections that doesn't get talked about in like mainstream news.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought,
Yeah.
Kevin. For Chuck Wu, hear me out when I say this. You do realize on YouTube there's a whole African community that's making Manosphere content.
Oh yeah, I watched them. I definitely do. But no, nevertheless, there's a whole bunch who are they're grifter, and I don't want to call it that, but it's like they're in a way exploiting the Black experience and using it to monetize. Like I contribute to it. They actually make good content. But when you talk about grifting and things like that, when you come from your own culture and you're curating your own culture, like what Edward Anderson said, shout out to him, he's critiquing the culture. And it's different when you're critiquing the culture, when you're born in it and you're actually embody it, versus someone who's looking at it from a third person point of view, or is actually in it, but isn't really, they're ingrained into it, but it's not really their initial, pattern of life. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Big Cat. What
Yeah.
up, Big Cat? What up, OG?
Hey, what's up with it, man? No,
Ain't
not much,
shit.
man. No. Yeah. Yeah, but overall, again, that's the reason why it's so controversial. It's really that simple. And then another thing too, it's like you said, L.A.R. It's like, this is like, I hate to have to use like a basketball reference, but remember like the 2014 finals where like the Spurs just went off on the Heat, like shooting out like a crazy high percentage as a team. That's pretty much what the space is when it comes to like social commentary. Like nobody's being dominant, but everybody's just making so many accurate observations that it's just like, damn, I don't like them motherfuckers, but goddamn, them niggas are on to something though. I think that's the mainstream sentiment. They don't like us, but they hate to have to admit that we're right about most of the stuff that we're talking about most of the time.
I like the fact, like when I first started hearing about anything towards this direction, like on my algorithm, when I was learning about, basically how to improve myself, be a better person, so how come all these people were Black men, and talking about dating and getting my stuff together. But like this pocket of the manosphere, when I started realizing it's talking more than about women and getting boxed and things like that. And the double self-improvement, like you have a lot of videos, L.A.R., and that's very commendable. About you talk about a whole bunch of things, stuff like that. I think that's an aspect of the manosphere that people really, really like. They highlight what they want to call bullshit, but they really don't talk about the other parts that's actually nourishing or thought provoking, or it could change the trajectory of someone's life depending on what's going on with in their life at whatever point.
That the reason I want to have this discussion is because I think like people put people in the Black manosphere and take people out of the Black manosphere when it's convenient for them, and a lot of times like I'm gonna say it like, using Tariq Nasheed as a reference. You know how he says the FBA thing, that people who aren't FBA, they're black when it's convenient, and it's usually when it's something negative, and then when it's something positive, they're their own group. I think that happens a lot with us, and we've made that point years ago too, before Tariq was talking about it too. But I think when it comes to us as the Black Manosphere, it's like when something's negative, it's like, but that's not really us though. Like for the most part, when people are extreme, because we've had our extreme people, but even our extreme people became moderate.
Right. They still have some type of godstone.
But overall, the reason why most guys here aren't, any type of political extreme or whatnot is just because, like, dudes understand like the reality of the ideas. You know what I mean? So they're considering the trade-offs. Like a lot of people that live in like these like extremist ideologies, be it like communism and Marxism, or like like radical right-wing theory and whatnot, like they don't consider the consequences of their ideas, or they think that they're going to be immune to the consequences. Whereas a lot of guys here, it's like, obviously because of our position in society, we are forced to kind of think out our ideas to their inevitable conclusion. You know what I mean? Like,
Big Kev?
Yeah.
I think, and I don't know if this is said already, but black men are oddly very patriotic. Like we like a lot of dudes really, I think if people didn't have a concern about their own country and its well-being, that I don't think we would have the type of vast discussions we have, and we able to actually, I appreciate the conversation the most when it doesn't turn into a debate. It's more of a discussion, and we're talking about, what we know, perception, we throw history in it, stuff like that, and all that other type of stuff. So, yeah.
I'm gonna say this. Wait a second. Go Blue Marvel. What you got, fam?
Well, the thing is, I remember when I saw one of your early videos called Black Men's Mental Health, and it brought me to a cousin of mine named Loretta, who was like a head LCSW at the L.A.R. Community Mental Health Center. And she told me that the hardest people that she had helping was black men and black women. They had a confusion. They confuse consequences with trauma. And Loretta said this. I said, the reason why we have a hard time helping our people because they do not want to address the source of their consequences, which is a lack of self-awareness, self-reflection, and self-control, self-discipline.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Well, I definitely get it, but that's like a mental health center that you was talking about.
Yeah. But the thing is, she focused on like helping Black Americans though at that center. That was her expertise. Black cultural studies. As related to mental health. But the thing is, like I was on a panel with Brownie Ellie, and she asked me why there were certain of these problems, like with single mothers and baby dads. I said, well, this is due to a lack of sexual self-discipline, and this has really caused a breakdown of the nuclear Black family. And I was on the Robert Report's panel, and I told them, there's a new Black family, a new Black community created without the Black woman. There's a show called Love Across Borders with Andrew and Andrea. And I'm seeing this in real time to where the new community, man, is where you got a lot of Black men-led households with a non-Black woman supporting them. In other words, cooperating fully with and submitting to further with this program. And I told the Black women, you keep this up, you're going to be left behind. See, the matriarchy, the gynocracy is a beauty salon social club. It is not a community. Communities have always been background and built up from the foundation by men, and it always has been.
Well,
and due to the hustle of white liberal feminism, Black American women have lost their understanding of it since the late 70s.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
Even when it's the relationship part.
Right.
The truth of sex and sexuality in Black America, Black men use the most condoms than anybody else. So we're disciplined, more than everybody else, but our consequences are just more severe than everybody else, just like in everything else.
Because we're sexualized to a higher degree. I guess our sexual prowess is a little bit different. We have different physiques and different type of, like the way we even engage women oftentimes is very different when you're being healthy with a woman and stuff like that. The way we love is different. The way we pour into people that we care about is different. We're more egalitarian, which means we can consider a lot of things about women a lot more than a lot of individuals. And I think that's actually, that's the thing about us that come from old. To me, when you look at how, to me, our ancestors built culture around the world. And all around the world, you see that egalitarian, to me, would look like egalitarian, where the man's beside the woman and they're considering each other, what they have going on in their well-being. A lot of other people, I don't know, they kind of like, get on my program and don't say nothing kind of thing. That's harsher than how I think, a healthy, smart, well-balanced black man think.
Well, the thing.
I'll say this.
Go ahead.
I think this is an American problem, but it becomes a global problem.
Mm-hmm.
We view relationships and religion through the eyes of European white America.
Oh, slave master relationship?
Yeah, no, I mean, but like they didn't have egalitarianism, because let's just be honest, in Europe they didn't really make anything.
I mean, they stole it from ancient black civilizations in Africa, because the thing was, the reason why they invented monogamy, because monogamy has only been around for about a few thousand years. But before the white man came along to Africa, black men went on to be, polygamous and non-monogamous. That was our original marital culture. But then when the European came along, he instituted monogamy, so they have a more chance to reproduce us.
That blew my
And the thing is, the reason why they instituted monogamy, because they didn't want black men outproducing them, having more babies. Dr. Francis Quest Washington talked about this in the book, Isis Papers, Key to the Colors. So did Dr. Bobby Wright, the author of The Psychopathic Racial Personality.
But having multiple women don't mean you gonna, like, that's not a. When we think about monogamy, when we think about monogamy, it's cool. Yeah. If you want to do polygamy, that's your business. But the issue becomes, if you gonna do it, actually do it the right way.
Right way.
You
gotta be willing to pay for it. Exactly. It's versus this kind of which is ironic. Going back to what you said, Blue Marls, because Western society has demonized polygamy, prostitution, etc. Yet if you really sit down and think about it, when people talk about sexual liberation, it's really just polygamy and prostitution with no officially designated roles or expectations.
And no social consequences. Because exactly. the thing was, like, according to the book African Spiritual Union by Raoul Nefer Amena, the Set Society, it was the women that pushed for polygamy. Because like Charles Ali said, a nation holds a vacuum, because a woman can only have a baby 9 months per year, but a man can impregnate several women within a week.
Yeah, but
like Charles Ali said, we have to revitalize the black family according to our culture, not according to the European mindset.
Here's the other thing. Using that as example, we go from one extreme to another, because when it gets to that part of it comes off pro-black. It's like, just because you can have a bunch of kids in 9 months, it don't make it a good idea.
True.
Yeah.
Just because it all goes back to sexual self-discipline. Because if you don't have a sexual self-discipline, that polygamy is going to do you bad.
I'm not talking about discipline.
Okay.
I'm talking about responsibility.
Hey, can I use if that was another word I've been using way more frequently? Functioning. I think a lot is two things, right? When I think about the culture and like us being the creators of culture, and one of the things that I learned was men create culture, woman instilled it into to the children. So the black community is with, the nuances and behaviors, and we're the tastemakers of the culture. So whoever we have our kids with, things like that, that's where the black culture goes. So it's two things. I think, when we create a culture, I think we imitated nature. There's things in nature that we see as like, oh, that works, because it's a self-sustaining ecosystem kind of situation. And when we imitate nature, there's an element of harmony in there. I think we're missing an element of harmony within our relationships and how we do things and function. You can have a whole bunch of women and things like that, but if y'all not functioning, if y'all not in harmony, then it's kind of self-destructive, and it's destructive to other people, and it's toxic.
I'll say this. What was interesting, even with the relationship dynamic, it's at a place where people's biggest issue isn't sex. People's biggest issue isn't relationship. People's biggest issue is actually sacrifice, because people believe that getting in a relationship means you get everything and that a person gives you. The minute that you're tasked to do something or have the responsibility to do something, all of a sudden the relationship ain't cool no more.
Hey, L.A.R, can I tell everybody a new word that I learned from the Black Manosphere? Like a big word.
Good, shoot it.
Asymmetrical relationship.
Asymmetrical. Okay.
Asymmetrical relationship. That I learned that through having discussions amongst us as black men, stuff like that. How relationships be one-sided and like slave master relationship, pimp whore relationship, stuff like that, where one person has to feel like they're getting all the wins and benefits, and the other person is their contribution is serving, and you're just a selfless giver, at the benefit of someone else. And it's like, also, how dare you ask for anything else? Like, you already have it good, like just being here, like kiss the ring,
Yeah. And then,
go ahead.
Yeah. That's one thing that I basically came to the conclusion, not from from like experience, but rather from listening to you guys, listen from a lot of these people. A lot of these people, make their pushback here. You do realize that L.A.R. that a lot of these people, most of these people that complain about so-called black men, not being married or having children, etc. You realize that the vast majority of them, like, they don't even respect relationships, marriage, or family. Like you said, they just feel entitled to your physical and emotional labor. They don't actually respect the relationship or the marriage or the family dynamic. They just think that, yeah, right. They just want you to bust your ass and just give, and then how dare you ask for something in return? I'm sorry, but that's retarded.
Let me say something that I think I should have said this way a long time ago. People get mad at single mother households, right? And that started 70s, 80s, really, right? But what people don't think about is with these current relationships and the relationship dynamic, there are a lot of children of single mother households that chose to be with the worst parent because they felt like they could get away with the most. And they took that ideology into the relationship world. So when it comes to duty and responsibility and sacrifice, that's something that they chose not to deal with as a child.
Heavy on the word responsibility. People run from that.
You get what I'm saying? So like we had these relationships, but in all honesty, this idea that, oh man, I gotta do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, you do. You ain't got to do it every day, but you got to do it.
People run from obligation and what's the word I want to use? Routine and things like that. People want to feel like they can just do whatever they want and still benefit from everything. That's not how life or nature works.
But that,
like my mother explained to me, she said, son, in order to be responsible, you first must be accountable to yourself and have the discipline to make sacrifices. And that's the thing about healthy men and healthy women creating healthy families, communities, and nations. Family is the foundation of civilization. And when I told you on the phone about the 4 B's of rebuilding a black family, that's balance, harmony, and third, compatibility and synergy of authentic masculinity and true femininity. and reciprocity, which is one of the principles of Ma'at.
Yeah,
Now, those nine principles are not only principles of diet, but it's also the principles of healthy relationships between men and women. As Dr. L.A.R. Africa, Western Power, mentioned in his book, Africa was Holistic Health.
Shout out to Big Kev. The thing is, let me say, you remember we used to talk about self-improvement a lot in the Black Manosphere, self-improvement.
Yes.
We live in a society where self-improvement is trauma to people. So before you can get in any type of relationship with anything, you actually have to be ready in yourself. You can't show up to the football game and haven't worked out all year. You get what I'm saying? So we like to enter in, we like the idea of I can enter into something that I didn't prepare myself for.
Oh, you mean conditioning?
Yeah, no conditioning. No conditioning. Pastor Doom. I'm gonna put you up here. What's happening, fam?
What's up? How you doing?
What's good?
Y'all are having a conversation about the Manosphere. I didn't want to cut y'all off. I just wanted to join in though.
Go ahead, shoot, man.
Well, you say let's talk about the Black Manosphere. I think the Black Manosphere started out as something real good. Then I think it kind of drifted off and lost its path. It became a little bit more gossipy, a little bit more celebrity like. It was less teaching them, or not necessarily teaching, but like this concepts was brought up around like what people was actually going through in real life situations.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask, or should I say this? The gossip thing happened. The celebrity thing definitely happened, but the thing that you were looking for was still happening at the same time. So
my bad.
You got it. Go ahead.
I think a lot of times, so I see that with a lot of things in communities and places and things that it starts off with a good purpose or a good intention, and it drifts off to the things you say that happens. That's not an uncommon thing. So I think recognizing those things and knowing how to do a soft reset in situations is significant. So we could, sometimes like in the classroom, people have to get called back to, what we're focusing on, what's at hand, gossiping and all that other stuff and everything. That's I don't know why. That's a component of human nature. But
no, I'm gonna Pastor. Let me say this. What you said reminded me of my dog O'Shea. Like O'Shea is a good friend of mine. I got love for O'Shea forever. That's just what it is. O'Shea went into like celebrity and sometimes gossip, but O'Shea has like numerous channels, right? And the reason why I'm using his as a reference to what you were talking about is because I remember talking him into like, hey man, why don't you try doing that celebrity thing? People seem to gravitate to it. I was one of the people who told him to do that. You get what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, even with the rest of us, the vast majority of us pretty much do a bunch of different things. It's just us as content creators, we realize what people gravitate to more. So what people gravitate to more doesn't necessarily stop us from making content, but that's the content people watch the least. So yeah, it's like
I agree with that, but you know what? With O'Shea with his celebrity junk like he does or whatever, he does try to put like a moral to the story in at least. You know what I'm saying? I will give him that credit that he tries to throw a moral to the story of the celebrity stuff he be covering. So I mean, but even that though, a lot of cats ain't even doing that. It's almost like they just reporting. It's almost like we just reporters now on what's going on in society, like more like reactive rather
instead
than like,
of I got you. Let me ask you this. Give me how many of these people are actually in the Black Manosphere? Just a percentage. You ain't got to tell me names, but how many people these people are in the Black Manosphere, but they're making the content like people in the Black Manosphere?
I'd say about 60%.
Not. Hold on. Pastor Doom. I want Pastor. You got it.
I think it's probably more latter. It's probably like more associates to the Black Manosphere. I think the Black Manosphere has a very secluded list of people who are actually in the Black Manosphere. So I think it's probably more of associates that's doing it. But it's gonna unfortunately get called that. It's gonna get called that anyway.
Well, okay, I appreciate that, because the reason I gotta ask that is because even the people who are associates, most of them people don't want to be associated with this space. Like, you know what I'm saying? So even the people who are associates, us in the Black Manosphere got to look at them double time sometimes, because it's like, yeah, they don't want to be around here. Hold up, my bad. So that's why, I had to ask that question. Compassionate, what you got?
What's good, bro? Shit, I was listening in the car. I got out the car. I don't know what part y'all on now, so I'll just stand by.
Okay, well, just now we was talking about how the Black Manosphere, let's just say, wasn't what it used to be, but at the same time, there are people who are in the Black Manosphere and there are people associated to it. So the last thing I was talking about, there are more people who, even the people who are associated, ain't necessarily in it, because a lot of them don't want to be in it because they don't want that that jacket.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I feel like from what I can see, when people say the Black Manosphere, I guess people outside of the regulars, outside of the guys, I see all the time, like the guys I talk to, when they referring to the Black Manosphere, they're not actually talking about what we're referring to as the Black Manosphere. So, and like what I think what people don't want to be aligned with, what they really, the people that kind of, play both sides or skirt the fence of what they want to be aligned with, they actually look at it. They're defining the Black Manosphere from how the public defines it. Which, when you hear people talk about the Black Manosphere, they are always named Fresh and Fit,
and they not.
Which anybody who's in the space knows they the farthest niggas. They're not in the space. They're not in this space at all. So it gets kind of convoluted and confusing a lot of times about. I'm not sure what people don't. Again, I've told BGS this. Like, people haven't really. Like, even the academics, when they talk about this space, they're not talking about us. Like, they avoid this part of the space, or they maybe just haven't just too far down the rabbit hole to get to this space. This is like Zion. So I don't know if most people ever reach this space, really.
I'm gonna say this because when you say it's too far down a rabbit hole, one of the interesting things about us is it's funny how many people have either been adjacent to us or anti-us that have been in the same, let's just say, subscriptions, viewership, and they went from just doing regular old YouTube to doing TV.
Right.
Or regular old YouTube to political show, or regular old YouTube to radio. And it's like interesting. So like for the, I guess a lot of the content creators who've been here a long time, we look at it like, no, it ain't. Like, I get it's a rabbit hole for some people, but other people, the vast majority of people is like, no, you came across me whether you like it or admit it or not. So it's messed up. I would say now, and the reason, let me back this up, even though, let me say this before I say what I'm about to say. I hate these millennials, but that's for me and Compassionate. That's a personal thing. But the reason that I actually want to have this discussion and have this content is to put this on the table, because in these next few years, because everybody is going to be living a pseudo Black experience, you're going to have more people grifting around the Black Manosphere. You know what I'm saying? That's, and at some point, it's going to be like, we're going to start putting people on blast, or it's just going to start exposing the space more and more, because these people aren't living, they're just regurgitating.
Yeah, I think
and they need information from people that's living. My bad.
I think it's hard to grift from this sector or this level of the Black Manosphere. Like this ain't this. Like I've heard, you hear the grift and shit all the time about, when people trying to essentially ad hominem, trying to basically insult the nigga that he's grifting. This is the worst space on the planet to actually grift.
No,
actually get some money out of it.
No. Not historically. This I'm gonna tell you. I see you unmuted, Pastor. I got you. The reason why this space is easy to grift is because if you listen to people that we say are grifting, they usually regurgitate the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, true.
Which means they might listen to a show or a topic and then turn that into a whole ideology. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, right. Yeah.
So stuff that people have said years ago, people have been saying for 5 years straight. And people don't realize. They think, oh man, he says it. And it's like, yeah. That was an episode from somebody that was like 7 years ago.
So I get what you're saying. You're saying basically as time go on, people going, because basically people use the talking points this space invents to grip other spaces, essentially.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I can see that. Now you're 100% right on that. I think a lot of my subscribers, honestly, like, basically all I do is clip y'all. I think a lot of my subscribers follow me just to steal the talking points, low key. So I could definitely see that, escalate. I mean, it's the tip of the spear. Ain't no more original. This ain't no more of an original space for public like culture and discourse than the Black Manosphere. So I don't know who else would they steal from, honestly.
Problem they're not having the debates aren't there anymore like they used to be, and I'm glad y'all said that. This is the reason why I believe the Manosphere has become a stepping stone to a greater greater YouTube. Once you come down here and you conceptualize, and even if you bite the talk, at this point it is biting the talking points. But if you would have came down here and had some debates on these panels about some of these conversations, about some of these topics, and you took that to greater YouTube, it makes you a very strong YouTuber.
Yeah.
It makes you a very strong YouTuber outside of this space. If you take the debating skills, the concepts, the holding a topic, sticking to the line of what you just holding the line on something, and then you just take a lot of the debates, the topics, the how to use percentages.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I know what you're speaking to. Like when you leave this space and talk to other people outside the space, you realize you like leaps and bounds past them as far as.
Yeah, listen, I gotta get ready to head to the job, and I'd like to say about another part of the Black Manosphere.
Say your piece. You get out. You go do your thing.
All right. And there's also another part of the Black Manosphere known as the Select Manosphere, and the big three of that is L.A.R, Curry, Ron Wills, and Cousin T-Tar. And the first guy that got me into it was L.A.R Curry himself, and me and him had some conversations about Mode 1 and game. So I was asked on the panel by a young man. He said, Matt Bone, that's my moniker in the Select Manosphere. And I was asked, the 5 pillars of real manhood. And I told him this: self-awareness, situational awareness, environmental awareness, self-reflection, and self-control. And then when I talk about the MAC, M-A-C, that's called Mastering the Art of Communication. So from that point, I've been advising Black men and Black women about what real game is. And real game is this: real manhood and real womanhood. So the thing about my platform, it's like where we of the Select Manosphere deal with solutions. We don't deal with complaining. We deal with solutions and the practical application thereof. Like Ron Will said, I'm about solutions. I'm about rangers and wolves. Men are going to get down to business and take care of this problem. So that's what my platform is all about. Real people applying real solutions to real problems.
You got it.
You know.
Catch you later, man. All right.
All right, peace out, man. And good to see you again. Seeing Red and Pastor. Y'all be blessed and not stressed and finesse. All right.
Yes,
Peace.
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So shout out to Blue Marv. I ain't gonna say his real name, but when using part of what he was talking about and we was talking about prior to that, it's hard to debate people in this space, and that's why people stay away from this space purposely. So it's one thing, like people take the talking points, but they don't want to deal with who they're talking to, because if we talk, it's a different problem. Because let's just say, like, for most people, their introduction actually to the Black Manosphere was Kevin Samuels before he passed. So Kevin's talking points, his debate night, it came from interaction. But all of the things that y'all saw on his show, he had already done prior, because we had been doing it for years on panels. So when you meet people from this space, like when you have conversations, debates, we've done it for so long that some people don't realize that's why the ladies don't mess with us like that no more, because they tried that and they failed. That's why the guys who were on all of these like extremes don't try us no more, because like, that's not good. That's why people who are even coming from different forms of media who try to get a gotcha moment, it never went well. They don't really have that many W's effing with us, so we're ostracized.
Or ignored. They really more ignored.
But they can't ignore it, because the problem is, and I actually found this space through Roger Report, and that's when I found.
Shout out to Roger.
Thank you, man, and
shout out Roger Report, man.
EGS and all them. But yeah, I was strolling through the internet after a divorce. Child support. Just strolling through the internet, like whoa, doom strolling, right? And then I seen Roger channel. I pulled up and I thought, man, these cats is like really going in. So I was over there at Rogers for a while, man. But like you said, like, but it's a, like Roger said, it's a graduation of it, right? Roger Report had a great show. I think Roger Report was the first time I ever had any real. I did some of the most embarrassing shit on Roger Report channel, right? I let that child. I was talking about my child support one day, and that shit broke. Got to it, nigga hit me in the chest. While I let out a couple of tears on the panel, my nigga.
We don't care about that like
that. I thought you were gonna say some other shit. That ain't even the most embarrassing shit I didn't witness niggas do.
Nigga, that shit hit me in the chest one day. I was like, that nigga started busting out some tears.
Man, hey, I don't blame you, bro.
I think I got one. I think I hit my last payment yesterday. I'm trying to. We shall see.
Ooh, yesterday?
I think so.
Congratulations.
Well, Friday.
Congratulations, man.
It's a reason why, for anybody watching, it's the reason why I slowed down my content, because basically, my son and his mother were watching, and I really wanted to go in, but they was telling the court, so I just been holding off.
You never know. Exactly.
Once that happened, I'm gonna talk about a whole bunch of topics that ain't got nothing to do with them per se, but I'm gonna really let y'all know the other parts of life.
You're gonna take the muzzle off. I got you.
I'm definitely muzzled right now.
But no, I think definitely the debate. See, like I've been in the space maybe like 3 years now, and I found the space through Kevin Samuels. I mean, like during the pandemic, me and my fiance now we was hooked on Kevin Samuels. That's all we was fucking watching, like the rest of the fucking country, or a lot of the country. And then I went down a rabbit hole of algorithm and started pointing me towards shit. Then I found when y'all say like Kevin, y'all you can, when you listen to Kevin, you hearing hundreds of hours of debate, at this level. And like I said, that's why I say most people don't find this level really. If you find this level, you're actually kind of lucky, because it's not a what they call that shit. It's not centralized. Like you can't really type in the Black Manosphere and then everybody pop up. Like you almost gotta tediously listen to the shit and learn who's who, and then the algorithm start maybe it'll start pointing you towards shit. But so it's not as easy to find or organize if you're not in it. So, and as far as the debate aspect, and like I understand the phases, 1.0, 2.0 has been this shit deeper than just, Kevin Samuel. So, and I recognize that eventually, I mean, there weren't going to be, like you said, L.A.R, people would stop. I noticed that. I've seen academics and shit come into the space and think they was finna tell us something we didn't know, and then find out the hard way. Nigga, you ain't even scratching the surface of what niggas then already forgot in this space. So I knew the debate shit was gonna really die down, and really the debate's really not gonna happen amongst us no more, because pretty much everything been debated to nauseum. And if you, at this point, if you're debating, you usually a motherfucker that don't really know what they're talking about. If you're debating the actual creators in this space, generally speaking. So, and I think the black manosphere I always make the comparison to hip hop from what I see, how I feel, or what I think about the black manosphere. Like I think this is like when niggas first start plugging in turntables and freestyling on the corner and shit, and it slowly built up to like a phenomenon. And I think that's what this space actually is. I think once if it ever breaks out, or people actually start to be able to figure out where everybody's getting their talking points from, this will be the new hip hop. Podcasting and all that, this will be the new black male media, will be the new form of hip hop for us.
I think it is now. Pastor, you was about to say something. You unmuted. My bad.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
This is why I agree with you, but this is where I kind of disagree a little bit. Is because if people can use this as a stepping stone to take this to much greater conversations, obviously there are much greater conversations happening here. I just think that for some odd reason, they're not trying to push it the way that they should be trying to push it.
I don't think some of these conversations can't be mainstream.
They've been made mainstream because I think when you look at the fact that Florida, Texas, and certain states are starting to do with no fault divorce.
Pastor, people don't. The average person don't know. Like we know why they're changing that. Like most people are just saying, they just look at the news clipping and say, "Oh, Florida repealing no fault divorce." Okay.
So let me rewind the tape.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the reaction videos. It really swung this way, because prior to reaction videos, we were having conversations about people's, between men and women, between the men and women, we was having conversations about what's going on in our lives, out in the world, out in society. So you had that thing of you lying, you give me some proof, right?
It was all personal experience,
right?
Right.
But it was a lot of people's personal experience, because it was a lot of people online talking, and people didn't want to believe it. So when you was able to make reaction videos, and I'm just using that as a synopsis for you put the video of it out online, like this is a news story, it's somebody's social media, whatever it is, right? And they posted it, you downloaded, you put it up. Us as let's just say the black manosphere, as black men, we had way more videos. So because we had way more videos, way more proofs, at first it was like, oh, that's just a one-off. Oh, you don't know what happened. Oh, that's not. I mean, okay, you got me on that one. But the ladies were right. The ladies were looking for a 1-to-1.
Right.
It was no 1-to-1. You get what I'm saying? It became 5-to-1, 10-to-1, 20-to-1. And then it was like, we can't talk to these Negroes no more.
Right. Basically, because they got proof at this point.
Right.
I think it's even in modern day terms. Like, if you look at it, I really believe that once black men started talking about Roe v. Wade the way that we were talking about it at one point, and Bristophilia and post, and postpartum disorder, and we were the ones, we would talk about this stuff probably more than there were no women health channels on YouTube discussing any of this stuff. Matter of fact, to this day, I don't see too many women's health channels on YouTube discussing these things. And we were actually talking about these things, and these things actually played out in real life. Even in the medical industry, they were talking about should women be on mood stabilizers in their third trimester so they don't go into postpartum. I think a lot of these conversations were had in the manosphere. They weren't really had in like they were had in the manosphere and behind the doors and like medical industries and stuff like that, pharmaceutical industries. They were talking about the stuff behind the doors, but they had to realize how big of a problem it is, and they ain't gonna make a pill for something if they don't see it as a problem, a larger societal problem. I think that me and the manosphere, white manosphere and black manosphere, this the manosphere period, talking about this kind of stuff made them think, okay, well, men ain't procreating. We ain't having no children. We having a drop in children. We need more children. Men saying the women crazy. They post. So like they trying to figure out how to. I think they trying to figure it out, and I think it's coming from these conversations, but they don't want to come out and say it though. And I could be crazy. I could be crazy for trying to link this stuff together.
No. It honestly, it did happen. Like the ladies did have the health, but it wasn't the health like you're saying. People was saying stuff like, okay, this person might be going through this, but that person might be going through that. It's not this. That was part of the whole reaction video thing. It was like, yo, this person's out of their mind. And then it was like, nah, it can't be this, it can't be that. And when we got to the point where we were uploading and reacting to people who uploaded themselves being out of their mind, then it was like enough.
And I think it was my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
you got it, the game changer. I'm sorry.
Not only that, I think what makes the black manosphere exceptional and influential is the connecting of the dots. It's like you said, niggas will post a reaction video to a TikToker or something, but then tie that to birth rates or tie that to what they teaching in college, or tie that to intersectional feminism, or tie that to the economy, and we would tie it all the way full circle to a point to what you're speaking to, L.A.R., that it can't. And then you got just so much of it, and then like things that we aren't even reposting is verifying what this space is saying. So then it becomes a situation where you just got to avoid this space because we've basically connected more dots than damn near actual think tanks in a weird way. So I definitely think, and BGS says it all the time, I think we definitely underestimate the influence of this space. I think we assume we not the only motherfuckers tying all this shit together. We just can't be the only people seeing it the way we see it.
We are, because we are the only ones that's black. Everybody else has that's them. That's not going to happen to me. And it's like, oh, okay. Wait till next week. You wait till next week.
The white manosphere, they got a block that don't allow them to see. They're not going to talk about they pathology and shit. Like we'll talk about our own pathology, tie that to history, tie that to economics, tie that back to fucking the Children and Infants Act of 18 something. And to your point, L.A.R., other groups, we got that freedom to do that, and we don't have necessarily an agenda that we're trying to, hold up, even in spite of the truth, which is different. I mean, and again, in this space, because it's sequestered off and blackballed, we don't really have a profit motive. Like a lot of our creators don't tend to not have a profit motive the same way as everybody else on YouTube or everybody else basically on social media that's not just a random person posting something. So it create a different environment than most places on the internet. And we probably underestimate that a lot.
I think so. Game changer. What you got, fam?
Hey, L.A.R. Pasa, what's that? Compassionate. How y'all doing?
What's good?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, so I agree with L.A.R. As far as people are seeing it more polarized in the Black community. That's why we have more receipts. It's more visible when we do the reaction videos. And I think that the reason why it's more defined, the problem is more defined, is because the source of the problem is the type of media and entertainment that we consume. And unfortunately, Black people, both men and women, but particularly the women, consume a lot more of it. Therefore, the effects of the agenda, of the overall agenda, is more prevalent amongst them. And we're just able to point it out.
With whatever show, they showcase a lot of white folks, a lot of white women. The white manosphere showcases the white manosphere showcases that white folks or white America are they suffering from the tangle of pathology too. But to your point,
oh no, absolutely. But we're talking about magnitudes here.
Right.
You know, we don't really see many white women, hopping over to stand at Burger King and getting arrested over foolishness. You know, like that's the magnitude of the problem. First of all, the magnitude and the extent is far more defined amongst Black people. We're talking about, I mean, is there a white equivalent to Sprinkle Sprinkle Woman? Like, of course there exists white gold diggers, but the magnitude to make it a nationwide movement is a uniquely Black thing. And there's a lot of things like the dating issues that we have in the Black community. Notice how you never really see white people on Pop the Balloon, and furthermore, you never really see them on. They haven't created a white version of the Pop the Balloon show, which is very successful.
It's coming.
I was going to say, matter of fact, I might make that motherfucker. Fuck it.
I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think white men will allow white women to scrutinize them that ugly publicly. I mean, I think Black, they can say we insecure all you want to. The confidence to allow them women to say what they say to you on that Pop the Balloon show, you can't tell me you ain't a man if you stand around and let women say what the hell they say to you. And white guys are not going to allow their women to publicly shame them to their face like that. I don't think so.
Exactly. It would take a lot of white men to do that. And I mean, and it's the same with shows like the Pineapple Show or Kendra G. I mean, they don't say no whites allowed. It's just that no whites choose to come. Right. Because I mean, they actually are taught to respect themselves more than to do something like that. To put themselves on display to a group of people who you're not going to find love on that show. You're not stupid, so why are you going?
Yeah, I don't think it's because they taught to respect themselves. I think white folks just posture. They got a culture of pretending way more than we do. So white folks are definitely dysfunctional and ghetto as fuck, low key.
What I'm saying is the white guy's ego is, I'm not trying to be racist, but what I'm saying is I think their ego is too fragile. I get how you could have interpreted what I said the way that I said it, but what I'm saying is maybe they can't take it. That's why they do
it. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it's
okay, they can't take it or they don't want to, because no sane human being would want to. Like, I mean, who would want to go up to be disrespected? I don't know if they can or they don't want to, but maybe it's both. But
no, it's Pop the Balloon show is Apollo. They're gonna make their American Idol version of it.
They definitely are. I can see
they try to make they put sugar on their shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's still shit. They just put sugar on it, and we act like, well, it's sweet shit. That's been the whole premise this whole time. What is the whatever show? It's Diet Fresh and Fit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is Diet of a Black Manosphere show.
Yeah.
Which is Kendra. Kendra was doing that before Kevin. People don't give it enough credit for that, but it blew up after Kevin because she was using his model or whatever. But as far as you saying that the white guys don't want to be disrespected, yeah, that's the problem with the Manosphere, though. See, here's where the white manosphere and white, Hispanic, Asian, Arab, they're all kind of together because they like to be under the same umbrella all the time. Here's their biggest issue. How you having all these problems with this veil on? You see what I'm saying? So
No.
Okay, if they're so respectable and their community don't have all this dysfunction, what the hell are you? Why are you talking? Why do you have a manosphere? Because see, they blanket it and just say feminism, but it's like feminism, but there's no real evidence, and it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
So you want to keep playing, huh?
Oh no. I don't doubt that there's problems in the amongst white people and white relationships. I mean, and they make these things blatantly clear. In fact, that they make they have the same problems that we do. It's just that white men are reacting to it differently, a lot differently. I think that the black male sex drive is working against them in this current mating market. And it's kind of getting us to behave in a buffoonish manner, as it always has, but now it's just turbocharged.
You think we got an exceptional sex drive?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I think, and I don't think that is something that's natural. I think that it's just something about the way that we sexualize ourselves. We have been seen as this virile creature. Like you don't. If you hear the words Asian porn, you know they're not talking about the men. So we are seen as sexual beings, and I think that we tend to try to capitalize on that. That's why we have game sectors and pickup culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Is that better than being known as financial beings? Because look, chicks, right? White women, Asian women, and you can even say African women, even Hispanic women, look at them men more in a financial eye. And I don't see that working out well for them either.
It's working out extremely well for the men.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
It's working out extremely well for white men, you saying? Or,
I'm saying that it's working out better for every man but black. You see, and it depends on how you define better. For one, they tend to marry younger. Their marriages last longer, and they marry more attractive women relative to their own attractiveness. Take an Oriental person, for example, right? That marries in his 20s, to a woman who is slimmer and sexier than he is considered to be. That's something that's rare in the black community. We tend to marry women who are fatter and, fake hairier than any other group of people on the planet, and our marriages don't last long.
Here he go.
Well, white marriage only lasts 3 years longer on average.
Okay,
no, I'm making fun of your words. I ain't talking.
Now let's go with this. Is a good debate. See, this is the kind of debate that they used to have. I like this.
Let me add this to the equation. The problem that all these other racial groups are having is we could put their stuff on blast with the same amount of evidence. We see it all the time. Just because they don't put it on social media and they don't put it on the news, we see it every day in our day-to-day lives.
Mm-hmm.
They can't. They're not hiding it. We're just giving we're actually giving people the grace that they don't give us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
I think that we're generally more fed up. That's why we're just, and we have far less to lose. So we're like,
no.
We'll just put it all out there.
No, I'm saying, as a black man, I see what white men and white women are doing. That's dysfunctional. I see what Hispanic men and women are doing. That's dysfunctional. I see what Asian men and women are doing. That's dysfunctional. It's not like as much as they see what the Muslim women and men and women are doing. That's dysfunctional. We see it. We absolutely see it. They ain't hiding it at all.
Mm-hmm.
They're what they're living with is the assumption that we won't tell, so they can go on with their facade.
And this what
And
makes
it's
the
like,
black manosphere so
bruh.
important, because we will say the things that these other groups are kind of hesitant to say, but they get to piggyback off. Like most men are not going to admit that they women out of line and that they run the community and they running stuff at the hill. Most men are not going to admit that shit, but they know it, right? So what they'll do is they'll piggyback off of it in their own way. Can you blame?
Well, I mean, once again, that goes back to black men being more upset because it has affected us worse. That's
for longer.
For longer too. And another thing is the secret is already out. Even if we remain silent, the black women will continue to make a fool of herself. We're just speaking so we can present ourselves as not foolish and not really a part of whatever it is she got going on underneath her wig.
Let me pause. Let me make this statement because I'm about to be trifling. Black men, the difference between black men and all the other groups of men is it's not normal for black men to be straight and have homoerotic type interactions with other men. The women in those other groups, they know that about their men.
You going there, L.A.R.?
You get what I'm saying? And we see, and we don't deal with a lot of groups of non-black men for that same reason. Like, bro, I don't know. Like you say you like women, but you do kind of some weird. Like I don't get it. I'm not trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you lost me. What do you mean the homoerotic thing?
You need to stop giving people couple game changers. Stop it. I'm talking about the guys who like meat watching and like making all these crazy innuendos about sex when they're dealing with other men. Like it's the drinking and feeling on people, like that type of stuff.
We don't do that. We don't tend to do that.
To get high and wake up like, oh my God, did you touch me, bro? That was like, that's not our, like those other groups of women. They have when people think they sexualize us, a lot of times those other groups of women, they don't like that their men go from I'm manly. I got, I listen to rock and roll in the country truck with a rifle to, could you put your finger right in there? I'm like, wait, what?
Like they see it as false. They see it as a falsehood because they ride around these big, especially I'm down here in Texas. They ride around these big pickup trucks and they spit back and they wear their boots but yet they go into a corporate job in the city and they in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? And they taking testosterone shots. That's another thing that a lot of these. Never mind. And then they try to open up and tell you about them taking testosterone shots.
It's also, a part of it. That's we talked about it just a minute ago. A lot of these, like this, we talking about the white manosphere. They got so many skeletons in their closet as far as culture. They've been lying to themselves for so long. One thing that's not a cultural motif between black men is to lie. We don't actually and it sometimes is a Achilles heel, but we pride ourselves on being honest. What we say, keep it real. We have a language of speaking frankly about shit, which I think a lot, especially the white boys, they don't want to go into a lot of these directions that we take it all the way through, because they will end up having to talk about a lot of the gay shit they do. They will have to talk about a lot of the fake masculinity that they've put on. They have to talk about their women liking the fuck other races of men, like in front of them. Like they would have to talk about a lot of shit that culturally they lie to themselves a lot to keep sanity, because if they didn't, they probably would go insane. So that stops them short. And I'm sure a lot of white boys actually do listen to the Black Manosphere low key. So, but they can only go so far with it because they got a culture lying to themselves. Just amongst themselves, they'll bullshit and lie. Like you said, they'll be gay, or be down low, they'll be on some Frank Underwood type shit from House of Cards. That's like the culture of white boys and white men.
Well, a lot of white men listen to matter of fact, a lot of the white manosphere listen to the black manosphere. The problem with them completely listening to the black manosphere is their women, because even though they might have a patriarchy, supposedly, they are very matriarchally minded. You know, all of the white leaders very much listen to white women and what white women told them to do. So,
is that why Trump is president? I think it's the exact opposite.
Is that why Trump is the president? I think a vast majority of white women low key did tell their husbands, "Yeah, vote for Trump." Obviously, the society, obviously, they were mad at white women for supposedly trading on the sisterhood and voting for Trump. You know, so I do think white women told their husbands, "Yep, go vote for Trump. We need this money."
Well, I think that because more white men voted for Trump than white women, I think that it's the other way around. I think that they will only push the envelope so far, and that's because white women, deep down, they know. And this is something that all other women know, but black women, and it's part of being stupid. It's because they understand that a woman's power comes from the ability to manipulate powerful men. Black women think that a woman's power comes from being powerful by her own right. But white, Asian women know that their power comes from the ability to manipulate powerful men. Therefore, their tactic is to make sure that their men are as possible as they can make them, and then use their ability to manipulate their powerful men. That's the exact opposite of what black women do. So it's topping from the bottom is what they're doing. They're only going to push this envelope so far because they know that, you know, if white America turned into black America, then there would be no America. It's okay if 13% of the population is acting a fool. It's not okay if 66% of a population is acting a fool. Who's going to work and pay taxes for the fat black woman to be on welfare? You know, they understand this. They understand that they can't afford to just watch the whole thing collapse. That's why they're like, okay, we'll be rah-rah, you know, sisterhood to an extent.
That's and I've said this. I said this for years. That's one of the issues that we don't bring to quote unquote white America, even in all these other groups. This idea that we're so dysfunctional. If we're we ain't dysfunctional enough to put this country $35 trillion in debt doing dumb stuff. Mm-hmm. We ain't that dysfunctional. We ain't dysfunctional to go, you know what? I'm gonna live in the nicest of neighborhoods and come from the nicest of families and still be involved in crime. We're not that dysfunctional. We're not the type of people to go, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start a business, and I'm gonna rob the whole country, and then I'm gonna file for bankruptcy and go, I don't know what happened. We're not that dysfunctional. We don't walk around and say, you know what? Hey man, get in your car. All you brothers, get in your car and drive to another part of the country and just go to war with them for no reason at all. Because we said so, because we just want to show power. We ain't that dysfunctional.
Well, like we never had the power. We never had the power to do it, to prove if we would be more functional if given the opportunity.
Well, I mean, so okay, if we never got the power to do it, why assume we would do that exact thing?
I'm not going to assume that we would. I'm just saying I'm not going to assume that we wouldn't.
Because most times when brothers get power in this country has an issue with it because we get it in a different way than this country does it.
Mm-hmm. We had the opportunity to do that a couple of years ago during the riots, and we found out that it wasn't us. It was actually them. We had the chance. We could have did it. Now, a lot of us wasn't. A lot of us was out there. A lot of us said, you know what, we're gonna do it. But it was overwhelmingly them, though. You know.
But you know what? I think
riots are you talking about?
I think you're talking about Antifa and the Black Lives
All
Matter.
that, yeah, all that. You know what I'm saying? A couple years ago, yeah.
Gotcha. I think that's a generational thing.
I was gonna say because, it was the young people.
Yeah. Because for people in my age group, we already know. Like, bro, I'm the minute I see white people with their face covered, I already know they finna do something, and I'm finna get blamed for it. Like, I think we have different. You know, all these people are out here doing this. And I was like, oh, they finna tear this whole thing up. You know, like we have a different relationship with how they operate. Like, and this is what I mean. Even with the Black Manosphere, and we talked about it. There's a difference between us as generations, and there's a difference between Black people who grew up in the hood and grew up in the suburbs. It's a complete difference, and the naivete of both can come out in certain situations, and we can see it coming from a mile away. Because a lot of us, we grew up in the hood and wound up going further out or just got more experience in life. We can see like, oh, okay, the people that's really hood, they lack common sense when it comes to how this actually gonna end. You know what I'm saying? And the people that's all suburban, they lack common sense of no, it's gonna end this way because I'm from here. It's like, oh, okay, you're an idiot too. It's just you're two different types of idiots.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree. I definitely think Black folks, we definitely have, for a good reason. I mean, it's been engineered that way. We start from the false premise that white people are functional or have been functional at any point in their history. Like white people on the plantations, running plantations, were not functional people. They were asocial, sociopathic, and they suffer from hella mental diseases and shit to this day because of that. White folks been able to rob, steal, and obfuscate and lie themselves into branding themselves as functional. Black folks are not the most dysfunctional people. And again, we didn't because it's been literally engineered and characterized that way on purpose, so that by the definition, if we're the most dysfunctional, the most functional people must be white, the opposite of Black. So go ahead.
My bad. This is where we're different from every other group. Our dysfunctional people are put up, just like our functional people are put up. But people in and outside of our group look at our dysfunctional group as the norm. And then on the flip side, people put up their best and brightest and act like their dysfunctional group is a lone wolf or isolated incidents. And like I said, like from Black to white, it's interesting. Like let me just say this. I have conversations with, you have a conversation with other groups of people, and they be like, you Black people are like this, and look at your music, look at the shows look at the things you watch. And I just like, yeah, like, like Breaking Bad, like Sons of Anarchy, like
right, exactly.
Sopranos, like, like Peaky Blinders. Like, you do realize 80%, let's just say 60 to 70% of your shows are about crime and dysfunction, and they're all good to y'all, and most of them are true stories.
Right.
The vast majority of them, but that has nothing to do with today. You have them from the 1600s all the way to the 2000s as true stories. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
You know, from corporate crime to biker crime, to serial killers, who are cops, to cops who want to be good cops, but they turn into bad cops and torture people, but we're going to look at them as good cops because you should have did it with that guy. But like this is like the way we look at, and that's why I was saying earlier how the world is going to change, because really all this came down to money and capitalism. And once the money falls down, the veil comes down. Like they say, USA is dysfunctional. It's like USA is dysfunctional. NWO, hip hop is dysfunctional. And let me be a jerk about this. For all you people who say rap music and hip hop is dysfunctional, you know why you say that? Because the only hip hop you listen to is the dysfunctional one. You dysfunctional too. If you look at your playlist and your playlist is all this dysfunctional stuff, you're dysfunctional too.
Now they get their playlist from white folks. That's the problem. You get your playlist from white folks and then think hip hop is dysfunctional. You don't even pick your own music half the time, especially nowadays. So, you know, yeah, I'm 100% in agreement. I definitely think it's a branding issue. White people clear cut from fucking The Birth of a Nation, the first film in this country. They've been branding us, and we know this. I mean, they've been branding us as the most dysfunctional, the most sexually aggressive, blah blah blah. And at this point, I think black folks have bought into that brand. Like we haven't done enough to brand ourselves amongst ourselves to the point when, like you said, niggas refer to hip hop as dysfunctional when it's dozens of. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Finish, dog. My bad.
No, it's your show, bro. Go ahead. I'm fucking you up.
No. The reason why we have a branding issue and it seems to get exponentially worse is because we don't have the black people who aren't out of like who are real functional. They're not those young people aren't on social media like that because they're doing other stuff. So and a lot of those grown people aren't on social media like that. And people and I had to, you know, sometimes I had to take a step back and realize, like, if for some of y'all don't know, I was born in the South. I grew up in the South, a little bit on the East and in the Midwest. Black people live differently in different places. For some of y'all don't, like, the cultures are not the same. Southern culture, Midwest culture, East Coast culture, West Coast culture is not the same.
No.
If you don't get it, like the closest you might get is the South and the Midwest, because they still, the South and the Midwest still interact with family like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but in all honesty, a lot of y'all we don't think about HBCU culture as much anymore. We don't think about, you know, the high school to and college friends as culture anymore. We don't think about the extended family as culture anymore. We've relegated black culture to basically, and I said it earlier, the gangster rap,
mainstream media.
Fast forward to drill music and everything that went outside of that. We skip over everything else, unless somebody is non-black and doing what was considered black culture.
Yeah. I think, and I think I see that a lot. That, like I said, I've had to do it myself, because I think a lot we have relegated what blackness is even to us as black people with no white people around as the brand of blackness that's been sold to us through media, like almost exclusively. Like that's how we identify with blackness at this point. And we all think we're anomalies. Everybody outside, black people, black men, especially functional black men, all think they're walking around thinking they're the only functional. They're one of the few functional niggas on the planet.
You know what? I had a conversation with a brother at work yesterday, and we were talking about. He was like, he told me, he said, "You changed, man. Ever since you got married, you changed." I was like, "Man, shut up. I'll knock you out."
You just married like yesterday. How the fuck
no, but we clown a lot. And then he said something, and I was like, "Bro, we in Houston, bro. Like, you act like," because he said, "If you was in such and such, like third ward," I was like, "Bro, I'm not from here." And he's laughing, and it just spilled into a conversation about Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Listen, bro, they're he was like, you know, the kids like what did he say, Reese and all that." I said, "Bro, let me explain this to y'all," because because I see it out here, like when you gotta, okay, let me back up. So I was born in New Orleans, so I know when people are imitating New Orleans. I know when people are imitating Chicago. I know when people are imitating the DMV. I can tell because I've lived all those places, and even in Houston. But I'm in Houston, so it's hard to imitate Houston when you're in Houston.
Mm-hmm. You
get what I'm saying? So I had to explain to them. I said, well, what people are doing out here, you wouldn't do in Chicago. What you think is hard from Chicago out here is not hard in Chicago. Mm-hmm. What you think? Because he was like, you know, I'll be scared of Lil Reese. I said, let me say something. If you was in Chicago, you need to be more scared of Common, because he would actually walk up on you and punch you in your mouth. Don't be scared of somebody like Lil. That's not who you should be worried about. You should be worried about somebody who, if you cross them, they'll come to your front door.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I don't get it. And the reason I gotta say that is because since we look at blackness and we look at black men, and it goes into that tattoos, hip hop. It used to be sagging, now it's tight clothes, man purse, I got a gun on me. And people don't realize, bro, that's okay. That's the YNs y'all talking about, right? All black men are not YNs. And just for the record, then YNs don't want no smoke with the guys that's about 5 to 10 years older than them, because they know I don't want to go down that road. So even when people don't eliminate the stereotype, you got black people, non-black people, people who are black from different cultures who play the game like, oh, y'all all like this, and it's like, okay. So since we're gonna talk about black men and blackness and hip hop and relationships and black culture, I have to start asking questions, just like with all these other groups of people. Okay, so you want to explain to me how, let's just say hip hop is dysfunctional. Why are you other groups doing it so much? Let's just say the women are out of pocket and they out here twerking. Why are you other groups doing it so much now? Let's just say, these guys, these ignorant N-words, they like they cause a certain way, and they're like, they paint them this way and they do this. Why is everybody doing it so much? A lot of the things that we consider black and negative, it's only negative when we do it. And then we say people emulate it, they trying to be black, and then those people are trying to say, no, this is my stuff.
Well, I mean, I will say this, that a lot of black culture, the things that are popular, black culture is seen, as y'all were stating, by its worst, but it's also seen by its youth. You don't really see black culture in an adult phase, or in an adult phase that's much different than the youthful phase. Yes, there are a lot of things that are emulated by other cultures, but they literally grow out of it. And then by the time they're 30, you see a more adult Ward Cleaver-esque white culture, or other cultures and stuff. But however, we tend to take our juvenile behavior into perpetuity. Like, I noticed that about black people.
I think that's the brand you're referring to.
Well, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like you said popular, so yeah, you're referring to like the brand of blackness. Like what are actually, like I said, sometimes we got to delineate or separate what's the branding dysfunction. Like what's the branded dysfunction that we end up being labeled with or end up having to hold, aside from the actual tangle of pathology we know black folks got. But that's why I say I think is the lines are blurred at this point. It's like as black, it's 3 black men right now. We should understand. It should be clear to us what blackness actually is amongst us, not the brand of blackness that gets.
Well, I think that's what the Manosphere is doing. I think that the Manosphere is an attempt to rebrand black men. Because we do see, a higher concentration of a black man, and especially more positive.
What I found was, to that point, what I found when I got to this space was that it wasn't so much that this space is rebranding black men, but it's actually revealing what constitutes black men.
Well, that is the rebranding. You're showing the world what constitutes black men, so you're changing the brand.
So
okay, I get you.
Here's what I've learned just in interaction. I think, Compassion, ain't you from the Chi?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago right now, bro.
Yeah. It's a different culture. I don't even know if they say it like this anymore. Juking culture is young, stepping culture is grown. In New Orleans, bounce is young, second line is grown and for everybody. You get what I'm saying? In the East Coast, in DMV, more so DC and Maryland, You got house on one side, you got go-go on the other. And that's pretty much all encompassing everybody thing. And I use that for like, so they're not, and I've learned this about us. I think it's died down that people forget about the grown culture in Black America because we look at certain areas. Like I remember, like here in Texas, you know, people still, you know, swanging and banging, but the trail ride is a different thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, you go from cars to horses.
And I seen that on TikTok, and I ain't never seen that shit before. Gang of niggas on horses and trucks.
So it's so a lot of times people don't graduate on social media and go, oh, because there's some places I don't think that have it like that. You know, I don't think Black Charlotte is like that. I'm not too sure about, I don't think Miami is like that. Atlanta, I can't say, because I don't know that Atlanta definitely got a great culture, but when the clubs died, that was their difference.
Well, I think it's the same thing in Atlanta. One of my homies in Atlanta right now. You said it, we said it earlier. I think the youth culture of Black America is over promoted to the point we think that's the culture because it's such a dynamic, it's such a entertaining, sometimes dysfunctional, but it appeals around the world. I mean, but we forget, like you just made that distinction, that's actually just the youth culture of Black America, and every youth culture in any group ain't exactly the goddamn the stand. You don't want that to be the representation of your group. Let's just say that. That's where all the dumb shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because we don't far too many of us don't graduate past our youth culture. Take the movie Malcolm X, for example. You know, and he was seeing that white woman. By the way, I was talking to OGJ Speed, and he was saying that Denzel Washington never said that he'll never, you know, do a scene with a white woman, but he did it in Malcolm X. I just thought about that. Yeah,
technically, I guess.
Yeah. But
that's out of context. It was an autobiography.
Also, you couldn't, right? He couldn't take out stories out of Malcolm's life, right?
Okay.
You got to remember, he does Othello.
Right. Yeah, he did it in Othello.
Yeah. Othello.
Wasn't his wife? Matter of fact, he did it in the new shit he just did. That Shakespeare shit.
He wasn't with anybody in that one.
Wasn't his wife white? The queen was white.
No, that wasn't his wife. He wasn't married.
Okay, maybe I'm tweaking. All right, never mind.
No, I saw it when it came out.
Yeah,
I did too. But no, what I was saying about Malcolm X is that, you know, he the white woman who was with him, she knew that this was some young people stuff, that what they were doing. She knew eventually she would grow up and marry the judge. Like, you know, she's like, okay, I'm going to do the young people thing now, but I'm eventually going to get out of this. And that wasn't true for the brothers, you know, outside of Malcolm himself, and Red Fox, by the way. In the book, Red Fox was a part of that gang.
Yeah.
But I think that was more of a function of whiteness and the privilege that comes with whiteness to be able to, you know, just assimilate into some system already established. And them niggas you see where, according to the movie at least, you see where Malcolm was headed to just continue to do that shit if he wouldn't have bumped into the message and gravitated towards it. He was going to keep revolving through that cycle, that pipeline they already had set up for niggas.
He was following the coattail of an older Black man who was already in that trajectory. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we tend to not graduate from the mistakes of our youth. They do. And yeah, I think.
Why do you think that is, though, Game Changer? You think that's just because we just ignorant and tweet? Why you think that is?
I think that youthful culture is something that separates us. Like, our adult culture is so similar to white culture that it probably wouldn't be described as unique, which means it would be a tougher sell. So, you know,
I don't know. Is that I get where you're going with it, but it'd be hard for me to really say that the adult Black culture experience or the adult black experience is similar to
I have
white experience. I don't
Okay,
know.
well, how would it? Okay, so if you were to make
a
a
why.
movie about a functioning black adult, how
Mhm.
much different would it be than a white movie under the same subject matter?
You can't. Okay, well, let me back up.
Mhm.
Let me back up, and I'm gonna answer that one. My theory about, let's just say, black youthful culture in America, black youthful culture makes more money as a whole than all the other youthful groups cultures.
True, because other groups watch it for the differences.
No, I'm not. No. I'm talking about financially. And when I say youthful culture, I ain't just talking about hip hop.
No, I know.
You see more, yeah, you see more entertainers, as far as music that are black, that are young, that explode. You see more athletes that are black, that are young, that explode. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that in it doesn't happen as much as it doesn't really happen like it used to. That was the whole civil rights thing in era. It was the quote unquote younger people that was activists that were young, and so our culture became more profitable because you don't really see that in other groups, that their youth can make those extreme jumps.
True. We're very talented people. There's no doubt about that. Nobody wants to watch Asian youth because nobody wants to sit and watch a young man practice calculus until he becomes a doctor. That's boring. I agree.
No. Wait.
Okay.
And I hate to say this, but you don't think of Asian versions of Ben Carson. You don't think of Asian versions of Johnny Cochran. I forgot the other brother that beat Disney and Budweiser. I forgot his name. I know he's from Florida. Even in, you don't think of, I don't think nobody thinks of the Asian version of, what is the brother that wound up being the CEO of American Express?
Well, there is no Asian version of these people. Understand that,
but Hispanic either.
Well, I mean, black people are extraordinarily talented. And once we become disciplined, that's where you get the, spectacular anomalies. I mean, there are plenty of Asian doctors, but there's only one Ben Carson. Ben Carson is the byproduct, or is a cross product of talent and discipline. Asian people have very little talent, but they have extraordinary amount of discipline. So, well, no, it's true, and they'll tell you that.
It just sounds funny. No, you're right. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. No, think about it. Like, it takes discipline to develop the martial arts that they developed. It takes talent to be the champion of such a thing. That's why they never are. And once again, the champions come from the byproduct of, or the cross product of talent and discipline. And that's something that we as black men lack. But I want to say, like, to the entertainment factor, take the movie The Wood that showed both youthful black culture and both young and adult black culture. The youthful portion was something that's very divergent, that you don't really see in the white community. It's the whole that nigga's a blood. That's something you won't see in the white community. That I thought that was funny. Being beat up by Stacy, that's funny. Grabbing booty. I mean, these are things that are uniquely black culture and black youth culture. Now, the adult portion mirrors the movie Hangover. Like a guy gets drunk the night before his wedding, and his friends are trying to get him there on time. That's really the adult portion was very, very.
Yeah, she did not mirror Hangover.
But that's why. I get where he's going. I get what you're
saying.
But I would say, but we gotta still, even with The Wood, that's mainstream. Do niggas when they get married go to Vegas and get drunk and have to get the nigga back in real life? Like, have y'all experienced that? Like, is that a thing we do?
In Vegas, no.
Because nigga, you get kicked out of casinos too fast.
Well, what happened?
That's what I'm saying. That's a motif. That's an American motif of a newlywed man. Yeah, go to Vegas, go crazy with your buddies and shit. Is that a thing black men actually ever did? That's why I say, even in The Wood, when it's depicted, was that just, you know, media? Is that mainstream media again, just putting in what supposedly is our adult culture? Like, do we really know what our adult culture really is? Is there a
Good
schema
point.
for it?
Good point. I mean, you're right, and maybe you're onto something, that you know the only way that we know how to behave as adult collectively as a culture is to mirror others. You know, and that may be a
No,
sad
But
reality.
that's not my. That's I
hell
don't think
no.
that's our experience though, because like we've witnessed, if we're paying attention, if we've lived in Black communities, we've witnessed, you know, middle class families. If you've been lucky enough to live around middle class people, you've witnessed middle class Black families, and sometimes it is a Black man imitating white people's culture, or a Black families imitating white people's culture. But then oftentimes it's something different. It's like
It is
Black
that with a twist.
Yeah, it's not. It's there is. My theory would be that there is a Blackness, an adult Blackness that is just not promoted much. But maybe we don't even know it. I don't. Maybe we can't describe
That's
it. Which
uniquely
is
Black.
weird.
I'll say this. I'll say this from my experience.
Mm-hmm.
What happened over time was the Black people who thought being a functional human being was imitating white, whether it be in the middle class or upper class, they started getting overran by Black people who were just regular Black people who was adults in middle class and upper class. And that became an issue. It really had nothing to do with dysfunction. It had something to do with you were not going to assimilate.
Right.
And
right. I get what I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
You know, so
what is that? What's that culture that's not going to assimilate? What describe that? It's
usually,
if I'm an alien and you describing to me this culture, describe it to me.
It's usually being who you are from where you were from and how you were raised. It just depends on where you were living. Like I've known people who were in the South who moved to other places in the South, and they wind up going, you know, up the class ladder. And they were just, okay, let's just say I'm from Louisiana, but I live in Atlanta now. You know, I'm from Virginia, but I live in Atlanta now. You get what I'm saying? I'm from Philadelphia, but I live in Atlanta now. And but the people who were like, well, you know, they tried to be more Jack and Jill-esque, because that might have been their upbringing. They're like, yo, why don't you do it this way and this way? It's like, why would I do that? Like, that's not my upbringing. You know, sorry, I'm not gonna.
Is that at the root of the clash? The clash has always been between the Jack and Jill, like the upper class Blacks and middle class, lower to middle class Blacks. Is that at the root of it? It's a different. They're essentially assimilating the whiteness in certain ways, in a lot of ways. And
well, you're going to have to assimilate, and that's because part of the culture is a lot of functional things. So you're going to have to embrace those things, and because they quote unquote came up with it first, you know.
Yes. In the context, if I was an immigrant and I came to America, and assimilation was on the table, I have to assimilate to be functional in this society. And the white people are the dominant society in this very, very wealthy culture. So obviously they're doing something right? I would think, I gotta assimilate. Just it makes sense. It's reasonable to assimilate.
And from not only that, like there are certain things in the culture that works.
No. That's listen to where I'm getting to. I get what you're saying. It is, or on the surface, it looks like it works because they're wealthy and they're rich. It's the richest country in the world. Gotta work. Gotta be functional, right? But when you ask a Black man that knows the history, he knows I'm not so quick to just assimilate to this dominant society, because I know this dominant society very, very well. And they do what you see, the outcomes they have is not because they must be functional a lot of more than they're dysfunctional. They're absolutely lunatics that the actual wealth that they got initially wasn't even because of their ingenuity or anything, outside of the fact that they were willing to breed human beings and nobody else was.
Well, hold up.
Okay, so
Let me
what
hold on
what
before
we should
something
be able
changes.
to do? You got
Let
it,
me
Leo.
let me say this one. I get what y'all are saying. Part of that is also there are a lot of things that are traditional in families from Black America that everybody uses and calls it American. So when you run into to a certain group of Black people, they're not gonna do it the white way because it's like we don't do it like that. Now y'all we doing the same thing, but we don't do it like that.
Give me an example. What you mean?
Well, you got it, L.A.R. because he asked you a question.
Okay, like they used to act funny with us disciplining our kids. You get what I'm saying? Like, the way we discipline our kids was crazy, it was bad, it was abusive. But they adopted that and they discipline their kids the same way. But then it's like, oh well, I don't do that. I say, yes, you do. I seen you do it. You make the face like it's a bad thing in front of me and in public, but I watched you do the same thing. Or it's the same thing with the family get-togethers, right? We gonna have family get-togethers, but we not gonna do it your way. We gonna play spades. We gonna play dominoes. We gonna cook certain dishes. We're gonna dance a little bit. The same way you're gonna play music. You're gonna drink and do and eat food and play cornhole. We're doing the same thing. We doing it different.
What's cornhole? That sounds like a pause. What do you mean play cornhole?
You know when you throwing a bean bag into that hole with the ramp?
Oh, that's what that's called. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I get what you're saying. I get with the family get together. Yeah. Yes. Because again, we got a unique position in this society. Like we was here as this society put itself together. So inevitably, like we weren't assimilating to white people like people would later on. Like it was a different situation. Like white colonies and shit were failing at certain phases. Right. I mean, white people were eating each other and not like it's a long history where inevitably, and I think a lot of times we I was having an argument with some niggas earlier. Niggas want to forget the history. We don't know this.
Let me back this one up.
Okay.
For a lot of people. Let's just because we ain't gotta just be white. A Game Changer, you brought up Asians, right?
Yeah.
The difference between Black people, whites, and Asians, as far as education goes, for the most part, we were taught to multitask things, especially Black men. We didn't have a singular focus to go in a singular direction. We did multiple things. So these like Asians, they work together, they study together, they got good study habits, good groups. That's cool. But usually when we think of Asians, we think of education. Just like a Hispanic. When we think of Hispanics, we think they gonna go to school, but they probably gonna go to work too. With us, it was we're gonna go to school, we're gonna go to work, or we're gonna go to school, we're gonna play sports, or we're gonna go to school, play sports, and go to work. It was never just a singular focus.
It's a luxury to have a singular focus.
Yeah, that's our difference.
Well, yeah, I mean they have to have a singular focus because once again, they have no talent.
The talent, right?
And so you're not distracted by the possibility or the plausibility of being a street kingpin or NBA star or anything like that because you have no talent. I have no talent. That's why I'm a software engineer. I mean, hold on.
BGS, absolutely. I got you right here. This is only for BGS.
Somebody ain't got no talent, nigga. You a software engineer?
No, this is what I mean.
Talent. That's a discipline.
No. This is the interesting thing.
Okay.
With Black people, in a sense, as far as talent goes, we had to be multifaceted to find a talent in the first place.
Our talents just so happens to be the free stuff that's in the neighborhood, like basketball or joining the football team. Yes.
No.
Yes. For all we know, we all are Tiger Woods, but nobody is paying for golf lessons. Our talents just so happens to be, the free stuff that's in the neighborhood. Like we can beat on drums, and that's why our music have heavy base. I
Here's
mean,
the
come on,
interesting thing, game changer. All those other neighborhoods had the same things.
I was gonna
they don't
say
have any talent.
they got the app. They got the same
Yeah,
environment.
They don't have
That
any talent.
they had
by
all the
your
same things.
by your logic, talent
Let me
don't
let,
exist if that's the case.
what, to first of all,
It's
wait,
in a
wait,
higher
wait. To
concentration
have talent, to find out you have a talent, the first thing you have to have is an imagination. That's where it starts. You know what? Let me shut up. BGS, you got it, fam. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is a lot of times we throw this stuff around. We don't even research what we even think, right? Okay. If before Mao, about 60 years ago, 70, maybe 65 years ago, 90% of the Chinese or the Asians were illiterate.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
They were illiterate. They didn't read. Okay. The thing is, it took a state-sponsored movement to train these people. So what you see now, I talked about this some 20 some odd years ago, right? Okay. Where China made a concerted effort that every kid was going to be educated and every kid was going to learn some kind of math, engineering, and some kind of software. Okay. This was 20 years ago, 25 years ago. They made a state-sponsored effort to do that. It wasn't an individual or an individual family. It was a state-sponsored effort to do that. Same thing with literacy. Okay, like I said, right after World War II, like I said, 90% of China was rural. There were farmers and they were illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something. It's not a race thing. Okay, it's a state-sponsored thing. Okay, black people purposely have been suppressed for 200 years. Purposely have been suppressed. It's not like the white folks said, okay, we're just going to go out and educate all these niggers. It didn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
It still doesn't work that way. I mean, if you can go through the literature, talk about how defunded the black schools are. In fact, here in Los Angeles, man, when the state took over the funding for the schools, right? Okay. Even in Black Los Angeles, right? The white kids had a book in their locker at school and a book to take home, right? And the black kids got copies. They didn't have books in Los Angeles when it's mandated that every kid's supposed to have a book. This shit goes on, man. In fact, the internet that we are on was actually the stuff that we're actually on was supposed to be started by a black company because it was black government workers that invented the IP address and all this other kind of shit, right? Okay, they wanted to take it public. The government took it from them and gave it to white people. They made trillions of dollars off of this shit. This stuff goes on all the time.
Asian people is a very high earning minority group. And, regardless of what the history is, the discipline of the modern Asians and what's instilled, possibly was passed down from what they gathered from the state post World War II, is a result of their current success, not innate talent. And what I'm saying is, if we as black people were to adopt some of these things, then we would excel past them like the Nigerians have. People say about the dysfunction of white people. I want to say
let's go back to the let's go back to the hold on a second. Let's go back to the
I have let you finish. BGS, thank you.
No, actually you didn't, but it's okay.
Yes, I did. You
No,
were
you
in
didn't.
complete pause when I started to talk. So thank you. Now, when people want to talk about the strengths of white people, and a lot of people say that they're just lucky, and in a lot of ways that they are. But one of their strengths from a historical perspective is when you take things like the Roman Empire and stuff, what did they do? Every time they conquered a civilization, they studied the culture of the newly conquered people and took the best parts of their cultures. For the Greeks, it was the gods. For certain like Celtic people, it was shipbuilding. The Colosseum was Etruscan. They took these ideas and made it their own. They took the best part of their ideas and made it their own. And then later, when you had like general Western European society, the gun, for example, is a Chinese invention. It was something that they used to, win their country back from the Mongolians. So they had a primitive form of the gun. The Europeans took that and they refined it. And then next thing you know, you have the, AK-47 assault rifles and stuff like that. So, I think that we as Black people need to learn to do that. Take the best parts of other cultures in creating our own.
No,
You know,
I'll try to bridge both of it because I get where you coming from. You coming from a structural standpoint, BGS, because it's not like even with the invention of the gun, like white people the outcomes that they've gotten, all the outcomes that they've gotten are a function of the way they structured the societies they've developed, and it's not an individual choice or a matter of choice that Black people need to just compete in a different way. They've structurally rigged it. Basically, they've made whiteness an affirmative action program in itself.
So what's the downside to that?
The downside to that is they stifled their own development by rigging the system.
How many lives did it cost for white people to ascend to where they are? I'm talking about white lives.
Countless. Millions.
Over hundreds of millions of lives that they killed each other, right? Over a period of like 800 years. Or a period of like 200 years. Okay? That's what it costs. So is that what we should aspire to?
Hell no.
No.
In other words, if we're gonna look at the positive side, we got to look at the other side too. Basically, if you go back to capitalism, white capitalism, or how white folks ascended, right? It's basically so we should go out and genocide 30 million people to actually ascend to the spot where they're at.
Yeah. No.
Or 100 million people, or 100 million Native Americans to ascend to the spot where they're at. Is that what we should do?
Yeah, and that's what you're saying is not included in the conversation a lot.
Because white capitalism, and a lot of people don't know this, and this was something they hide, was built off the Spanish conquistadors coming in and genocide 30 million Aztecs to steal their silver to actually overtake the Chinese. It took them a couple of years, but the thing is, it was Mexican silver that finally afforded them the money to overtake them. Okay, and then if you look at industrial capitalism, that was built on the backs of black slaves in the South.
Okay, let me bridge that too. I think the biggest issue I would say that we're going to have with that at the end of the day is I don't think we have the idea that it takes all of that murder and pillage just to build something. We never had it never took. It never the effort that people put in to make America what it is was basically lazy people who didn't know how to do anything. And it was like, since I don't know how to do it, I'm gonna kill you and I'm gonna make you do it. How you do that? Let me kill you, make you do that because I don't know how to do it. And when because now we're thinking that like the world is smart, and just in general, the world is smart by basically murder and pillage, and if you do it better than the other people, you're going to be there. And it's like, you could, brother, people forget there was a history prior to that where people could trade. There were wars and whatnot, but people could trade easily and build wealth.
And you're getting back to that. That's like that's like we're on the other side of the hill. People haven't seen it yet, but we're on the other side of the hill already.
What's going to be tough to reconcile with is the technology aspect, because it was easy not to kill 30 million motherfuckers when all you had was, sharp weapons, swords, and fucking bows and arrows. When you got nuclear bombs and machine guns and fucking hydrogen bombs and shit and unmanned autonomous submarines and all type of shit. How do you not?
In other words, what happens when people stop being scared?
Because I was about to say, like, I had a conversation with a cat about this a while back. And we were talking about guns and bombs and this, that, and the third. And I said, yeah, I get it. People were very ingenious to make weapons because they were scared of hand-to-hand combat. And he was like, what? I said, yeah. See, I said, listen, if you run out of bullets and you got to see me, then what? I was like, people created bullets and arrows and tanks and all that because they were scared to fight.
It's more efficient.
Yeah, it is more efficient, but it takes us. It takes a certain level of courage to run. Like when we had these movies of people running on the battlefield screaming, just like they had those movies of the guys. What was that? Normandy. Them people were scared as hell. See, You
Yeah.
take the fear out of you take the fear out of killing if you use an instrument to do it.
You don't. No, not really, because you look at the Ukraine now, where the average lifespan for Ukrainian on the front line is about 4 days. Tell me you're not scared?
Oh hell yeah, you scared.
The drone comes overhead and drops a grenade into the little pocket of where you're hiding at. You're not scared?
Yeah, I mean, we may just get to a point where we can do so on like what the nuclear bomb did, which was put us in a position where we could do so much destruction collectively that we almost handcuff ourselves.
Well, in other words, in other words, what's going to happen to him is going to happen to you. So how much is it worth it?
Exactly. So yeah, maybe that'll de-incentivize conflicts at the level we could take it there.
I wish it did.
I don't think that I think it was probably going to decentivize stuff. Are you going to blow up where you stealing your resources from?
No. Okay. The thing is, okay, let's put it, because like I said, I had to go through this in ROTC when I was younger, when I was a teenager, right? Okay. You're a general, right? Okay. Or you're whatever it is, and you can press that button, and you can launch that particular missile. Okay. Whatever, right? Where's your family going to go?
Right.
Because there's going to be a missile coming back at you. Where's your family going to go?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Where's your kids, your mother, your grandmother, your cousins, your brothers that have nothing to do with this? Okay, you push that button, guess what? Yeah, you're going to kill a whole bunch of people on one side, but guess what? You're dooming all your family to death. So what kind of decision are you going to make?
A dumb one.
A dumb one, really? I mean, so you're not going to hesitate? You're just going to say, "Going close your eyes." You only live once, and press that button.
Nah, hell no, hell no.
And, or would you promote a guy that does a YOLO and wants to press that button, and then your family, if he does it, your family goes down with him?
Would I do it? No.
And exactly. Why do you think that they snatched the pen out of Biden's hand? Was going to do that dumb shit? Okay. Why you think they told the Russians the F-35 got a nuke on it? You need to shoot that bad boy down.
So so I forgot where I was watching it. There was a guy talking about military's war games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, basically in the last 10 years. I want to say 10. I could be wrong. It could be 15. But he was like, they've been simulating their war games, and China has grown at such a rate, they don't see themselves winning no more.
In other words, there was a simulation. This is about 10 years ago. They ran six war game simulation against China. Guess how many they won?
0, if I'm not mistaken.
1. They won 1.
Goddamn.
1. In fact, right now, basically, China has 200 times the capacity to build ships that we do. Okay, they got 50 times the capacity to build missiles that we do.
Mm-hmm.
They got 100 times the capacity to build drones that we do. And we don't have hypersonics. They build them at will. They build 100 hypersonics a week.
But we got to remember these white boys. Y'all, we know these white boys. These the only white boys that ever dropped, that actually ever used a nuke on motherfuckers.
They did, but that was in 45 when they're the only ones that had it.
Okay,
no,
I'm
saying if it come down to it, white boys will blow this whole shit up.
No, you know what Heck says, the guy that's coming in, everybody thinks is rah and hard nosed and anti-China. Guess what he said? We sent our Navy attack China with our fleet the way we are right now. We'll last 72 hours.
They destroyed. Yeah.
They're not stupid.
Like, when you was talking about Hiroshima, right? When I was in high school, I forgot the name of the book. There's this book about it where the guy was talking. He was telling how it happened because he's like a pilot or whatever. And he says what happened was, for the mission that they were doing, it was 2 different convoys.
There's 2 bombs.
But neither one, but one of them didn't know they didn't have the bomb on them.
Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to keep it. Yeah, that's how.
Yeah. It was a whole decoy convoy. But even the fighter pilots didn't know.
Right.
So they're out there fighting and getting shot, and they're like, "Yo, you mean to tell me we've been out here as bait?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because most of them got killed.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then they dropped it with the other convoy. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember the pilot, he was like, man, basically at that point he was like, we're glad we won the war, but I basically lost faith in my country because they sent me out on a suicide mission just because.
Ain't his
Just to
first time.
distract away. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was they did the calculations. That's why I said these white boys, these white boys in America are ruthless as fuck. I
They
don't
are.
see, but like you said, you said,
But they're not stupid.
they not. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but technically, right now we got the most powerful navy on the planet, even compared to China. They have the
Okay.
capacity to build it, but if we attack them right now, like today,
No.
That's over.
No.
The China has the biggest navy on the planet right now.
okay, well, damn, I got to read
It's too late.
I got to see the new data then. Yeah, damn. Well, we fucked then in that case. Well, that's why I said, we would. I don't see America just bowing down to that shit and letting China be. They would say if it came down to it, they would launch everything and say, yeah, bet mutually assured destruction. Everybody can go.
Well, the thing about
China's not trying to attack us.
right. The thing about
Because I think they know these white boys.
No, it
I
ain't
mean,
just that.
so like I'm saying, let's go back to it, okay? Let's go back to it. Or most of the military, 99.99% of the military guys are level-headed people. Are they willing to actually basically commit their family, everybody they know, to death over what?
I mean, it don't take the whole military to fire the nukes, though.
Yeah, but
You know
like,
that.
let's go back to it. Because if you know how the military works, you have to be promoted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna promote an idiot up to the point where he's got his finger on the button?
Yeah, no, hopefully not. Yeah, I'm assuming you won't. I'm saying though, it don't take the nuclear apparatus is obviously compartmentalized into such a degree that
No,
if
it's
they
not.
wiped out,
I'll give you one example, right? Remember in 2007 when Cheney wanted to drop them nukes on Iran,
yeah,
and they secretly snuck 3 nukes onto a stealth bomber, okay, coming out of Louisiana, okay, okay. They put the bombs. The crews on the tarmac. The bombs are put on there, and then just before they take off, because they had to let him know, okay, this is your mission, and this was on your plane, okay. Guess what the captain did?
he refused to do it.
He said, if you can't get me in contact with the White House right now, I'm not going nowhere.
Right. Well, yeah.
And that's not the first time that it's happened.
I would just say this, just hypothetical, like compassionate for this one. Let's just say America wanted smoke with China, right? They don't want smoke with China and Russia because the minute that happened, Russia gonna like, I've been waiting on this, and Europe ain't gonna be able to help.
It'll be a war. Yeah.
It'll be a war ass whipping.
It'll be obliteration because that's what they're threatening. Okay, you want to do this? If even if Biden really wanted to escalate this into a nuclear conflict, all he had to do was put NATO troops into Ukraine and start fighting. Okay, it would have been over within a few months. How come he didn't do it?
Yeah, no, I know they're doing the math. Yeah.
No. I'm asking you, how come they didn't do it? If that's what that's the kind of smoke they really wanted, how come they didn't do it?
No, I don't think America like you said, I know they're more strategic and they know what it would actually mean. I'm just saying past performance is the best indicator of future performance. These white people in America are different from every other white people in Europe. They different from the Russians. I mean, Americans been at war. We got more combat experience than the whole world, damn near, like collectively at this modern era.
We did. We don't have it anymore.
We just got out of Afghanistan like 20 minutes ago. Who got more combat experience than us?
The Ukrainians and the Russians right now, they've been fighting. They've been fighting.
Afghanistan fucking
No,
doing.
we wasn't. Who were we fighting, man?
Yeah, we was doing.
Who were we fighting?
Urban warfare. We was getting that.
Who were we fighting?
You're right. We was fighting little.
Were we fighting peer competitors?
No.
It's like okay, it's like a guy fighting Golden Gloves, and all of a sudden he gonna jump into the professional ranks at the world
100%.
world championship level. Are they comparable?
No, absolutely not. No.
In other words, what I'm saying is, if you're gonna say that, read your military literature, because guess what? Your generals are not saying that. Okay. Your generals, your admirals, and your Pentagon, they're not saying that. So whatever you're saying, maybe you should talk to them because they're not seeing it.
We're not.
You got to remember. For the past 3 years, compassion. I've been getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning reading this shit for 8 hours a day. Okay.
No, I trust you. I get you.
Let's just do it this way. If let's just say they reinstituted a draft. How many of these young kids you think gonna make it?
Man, 70% are ineligible right now.
More than that, like 80%. Okay. They're talking. This is something that I might do a video on this one, because these are high school. These are actually business people and college professors saying that half these kids cannot read.
Yeah.
Mostly, and these people go. These are the college kids coming into college. Okay, they really can't read or even write a paper.
The article actually started with when they were talking about Ivy League schools, because the Atlantic did an article about it, and then it just snowballed into everywhere else.
If this is an Ivy League school, guess what happens to everybody else underneath them? Because that's the top.
Yeah,
so if the top is bad, what's going to happen to everybody underneath them?
That's partially kind of like some of these things I was talking about, is because we really don't know as a country how bad the top is now. The idea that the top is so great, that's not what it is now.
Wait, there's one thing about COVID.
Why do you think it's like that, L.A.R.?
Because this country is comfortable. It got our arrogance got us so comfortable that doing dumb stuff is okay.
And I think that goes to the lack of discipline that I was talking about earlier, complacency.
Yeah,
complacency, absolutely.
But it's that old.
You know what? I'm sorry. The only difference is we don't look at lack of discipline and complacency as it's really a white thing that happened to everybody.
And a female thing.
Yeah. That's where it came from.
Explain what you mean by white thing.
They got so comfortable that they thought they could buy their way. Like when we were talking earlier about, you were talking about talent. When it comes to education, they moved out, they built these huge schools, they had all these teachers and all this stuff, and these kids aren't talented and they're not disciplined. So they spent all this money to make it so comfortable that they can exceed and go to the moon and back beyond talent and with skill, and they don't have it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's because we had the Cold War looming, at the time. So there was
no. This has been in the last 30 years.
Yeah, it's
after the Cold War ended.
It's decadence.
I'm talking about when he said go to the moon. I thought you were talking about.
No. I wasn't talking about moon. I just
not literally. No, but decadence doesn't produce elite. Like the top we talking about the top of American, the autocrats type.
The elite. Yeah.
They ain't, like, even with the university scandal that came out a couple of years ago when they were trying to pay their way into they always paid their way into universities, but it was the quality of students. Their kids were extremely unequipped to go to Ivy League.
Yeah. And the way they basically they feminized the whole educational structure, and then what they did was they they wanted
their own boys.
Well, they knew their own boys. But the thing is, basically, I always say this. You probably heard me say this many times, Compassionate. What is capitalism's opium?
Capitalism's opium.
Profits, right?
Right. Yeah.
Why do you say they didn't just ship these jobs out of the country just because they wanted to weaken the boys, the American citizens? They want to make more money. Okay.
Hold that thought for 1 second. I got something. Game changer. You ever watch Pat McAfee?
No.
Okay, do you know who Pat McAfee is?
No.
Okay, Pat McAfee was a punter in the NFL. He was on an all-decade team. He became a podcaster, and now he work on ESPN. So for the past 3 months, because it's been college football season, Pat McAfee been cutting up. He a great watch, but he does this one in particular thing at all of these colleges where he has them do their current chant. And he comes out of the blue all the time. LSU, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma. It really don't matter where he's at. It's pretty much nationwide wherever they go. And these are predominantly PWIs who's supposed to have good educations at most of these schools. When you think about dysfunction and ignorance, when he was at LSU and he go, what did they say? Hell, and then all the white people said, "Suck that tiger dick, bitch." And then he did it at Texas, and then he did it at Alabama, then he did it at Auburn. You got to understand, like, well, the way these people are, we don't look at it that way, but it's coming out full blast.
Yeah, I mean, part of a byproduct, an unfortunate byproduct of freedom and liberty, which is something that it's that we sell to the masses here in the U.S., is that it's hard to get everybody on the same page. It's almost the antithesis of discipline because
it's a liberal society. Yeah, everybody's an individual.
It's a liberal society, but before that, it's even considered like a free society, land of the free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a line between freedom and liberty, and but basically, a lot of Americans feel that they could do whatever they want, and there's no consequences of that. And so far, we haven't really experienced any consequences, but we haven't gone up against an opponent where everybody is on the same page, even if it means sacrificing their own individual happiness to follow whatever the state desires of them. You can't convince Americans to say, okay, you're only going to have one child because we feel it's in the best interest. It'd be all kind of my body, my choice, this, and this. It'd be all kind of crap if you tried to convince people to do that. But in China, they were able to get, 1 billion people, at least not 1 billion people at the time, but they were able to get a large number of people to be on the same page, working to one directive. They're all on the same page. That's why it's easier to educate and it's easier to mobilize them.
They're the same group, though.
Huh?
They're the same group.
Yeah, they're homogeneous as hell.
Yeah, they're homogeneous. Yeah, and that's another thing. We have
That's
a lot of
catch-22. That's why American experiment is what it is, because it is kind of a bunch of contradictions.
Exactly. I mean, it's pieced together from several other groups. You're right.
In America, because of, like, let's just say mainstream America has the habit of quitting things when they're getting beat, and in all aspects. So you can never really get the best of the best in this country because people quit or they change the rules. You can't get on the same page with that.
Right.
Like, I don't know if BGS knows about this. I remember the thing in Orange County where when the Asian kids started being better than the white kids in school, the people started moving. Like out of Orange County. So like it's the same thing with education. It's the same thing with sports. It's the same thing with the military. It's the same thing with education. Not just education. I was about to go on. It's the same thing in business. People do not want to compete in America. It's already had a head start. I don't want to be able to compete. I don't want to have to compete with you when I already had a head start over you.
Yeah.
That's the difference between this society and pretty much, in those other places. We can't get on the same page, because if we get on the same page, that means the actual cream would have to rise to the top.
Open competition. They rig the competitions in America, essentially, and always have.
What do you mean?
No, look at the white women.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean, they
DEI. Can you spell DEI?
Competition itself is rigged in this system by its very by the very nature. Since the beginning, we was artificially restricted to compete openly in this society, and still are technically. It's a rigged. It's not a functional hierarchy. It's an artificial hierarchy.
I agree. You can't have a hierarchy, without with so many liberties. You can't have a functional hierarchy where everybody is free to do as they please. If they don't,
well, you can. You would just
only
in any hierarchy
follow the hierarchy, though.
Yeah, I mean, you would just pile up at the bottom. You would fail in the hierarchy. You could do whatever you want in any hierarchy, technically, as an individual, but you
No,
would probably just not ascend.
no, I mean, in order to have the
You know,
hierarchy, it means that you're
yeah.
following the lead of something else. You're following that lead. You know, you're following the lead of a higher up, even if it's a flat hierarchy. You know, you're still following the lead of the person above you.
That's the issue.
But because we as Americans, you know, believe in liberty overall, you know, we can choose not to follow, you know, whatever the hierarchical structure is. I mean, the Vietnam War was an example of that. You know, you had the people just say, hey, you know, I don't have to listen to you. You had people that was just outright, you know, disrespectful against the hierarchy. You had, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
like,
Yeah, there was white people and people that was rich.
yeah.
I mean,
You know,
everybody still plays by
but-
the rules of the American hierarchy. We got
yeah,
liberty.
exactly.
But-
They were not a part of the hierarchy. Now, Germany was during its, you know, unfortunate part of their history. You know, that's what happens when you get people on the same page. When you have a population that's willing to, you know, be on the same page. That's something that China has an abundance of that we lack. You know, we exchange liberty for that, and also
When you say we, who you mean by we?
In it's society. In other words, we don't live in an authoritarian, ordered society like Germany or
but that's
or
the
China. That's what he's
inoculation
saying.
to
and we refuse to.
That's a choice. That's a choice that we make.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a benefit to that too, because we can't fall into authoritarianism like China or those other more collective.
I mean,
there's pluses and minuses to everything, but yeah.
I can't say it fully, but I mean, this country has been authoritarian partially.
Not really.
It's had to negotiate with. It's had to actually negotiate with, like as Black history. Our history is an example of this society. It's not authoritarian because they actually had to negotiate at some level.
That's why they had to invent propaganda to fool you into doing things.
Right. So, which proves that it's not authoritarian. If authoritarian, they would have just shot our ass in the street or locked us in the gulag or some shit.
The thing is, authoritarian works because the vast majority of people were willing to follow whatever the orders of the head people say. That's authoritarian. Okay. It's voluntary. Yeah.
In a mixed society like ours, it's hard to get people all on the same page.
Your whole country was based on the social contract. People don't believe that this is a socialist country at heart. The socialism is a social contract. Okay, your first when they actually put in the Bill of Rights. Okay, those are socialist or social contract ideas. So from the very beginning, this is a liberal society, actually based on a social contract coming out of Western Europe.
Okay, wait. Just teach me a little bit on this one, because from my perspective, the Bill of Rights was during slavery, so that's authoritarian.
I mean, that's not authoritarian. Okay, the Bill of Rights for citizens. Okay, we weren't citizens. Okay, let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah. Not even technically, we weren't citizens. We were
property, right?
Property, yeah. Okay, the right to private property. Okay, the right for free speech. Okay, the right to face your accuser. Okay, the right to religion, all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's all coming from the social contract. Okay, for the most part, that's why they left. That didn't exist in Europe.
Sure.
Where did it exist in Europe?
Right.
At the time. It didn't. It was a new idea. That's how come they came over here and said, well, America is not a country, it's an idea. Because it was. Still, to some points, it still is. It's like anything else, ideas go stray. Yeah. It's an experiment. Yeah.
They call it, yeah. So it's,
the unfortunate part of the modern social contract is that citizens aren't necessarily keeping up their ends. They just want to be able to do what they want.
Citizens definitely aren't keeping up their ends.
Exactly.
If there is a social contract, I mean, because the Leviathan is supposed to be the thing that regulates the contract.
It does. It does.
The
So
government.
the state,
Yeah, the
he said
state.
the Lyron that comes out of hives, which is the overarching state that calls balls and strikes and
Right.
determines and actually governs what people actually do within that framework. That's what hives
Well,
calls the
you
Leviathan.
have written contracts like the Bill of Rights, the right to vote, provided that you sign up for the Selective Service and you are willing to fight, if called to do so. So you have those written contracts that America has, and then you have the unwritten contracts that that people don't talk about. And these contracts exist between men and women, and state and citizens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That if necessary, you will do what's needed to do to sustain the current state. And that's something that citizens has failed to keep up their end of the bargain, the unwritten contract. And because it's unwritten, it's not enforceable. Nobody could, they're not going to treat you like a draft dodger. It's like, listen, you have the opportunity to work in the best interest of the state, as well as yourself, and you're choosing not to. You're choosing to work against it.
And it was actually the state or the Leviathan itself that broke that tinkered with that contract that you speaking of. That basically women have to the social contract between women that they were supposed to reproduce.
Exactly.
Population.
That's an example
Yeah,
of it.
That was actually broken by the fucking government itself. So
Yeah, it was modified
is corrupted.
Well, I mean,
because they gave women rights and women have a say so just like anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean when I say unspoken contract. It's like, listen, as a citizen, as a female citizen of of the state, then, it's your duty to continue a population within it. It's your, I mean, that's an unspoken
obviously
contract.
no longer. That's
Yeah,
obviously
exactly.
not an agreement.
There's a whole bunch of reasons for that.
It's an unspoken contract that was broken by the women in it. It's like, okay, we give you these freedoms, we give you these liberties, we even give you, bottomless mimosas. Now what we need from you is to perpetuate this lifestyle for future generations. They said no.
Yeah, but that's what BGS was just talking about as far as profits. This whole shit then got so
the oligarchs too.
It's just so profit driven that they're compromising the system itself.
Exactly. No, the oligarchs.
What do we call the United States? Is it a socialist country? What is it?
No, it's a capitalist country.
It's a capitalist country. So capitalism does is capitalism is what capitalism does, right? That's what capitalism does.
Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of contracts that's been broken, and the oligarchs, the women, and many of the male citizens are not working to the interests of the state. That's something that China is developing that problem, but it's not to the extent that the U.S. is.
But see, you can have capitalism with a functioning, in theory, you could, because like you said, capitalism unfettered, just a ruthless monster that's going to just pursue profit.
Yeah, well, it's like Southern slavery.
Exactly.
The
right.
peak of capitalism.
But you can the Leviathan in a perfect system, which we're not ever, and there it doesn't exist, obviously. The Leviathan could regulate the forces of capitalism, like
it does,
as traditionally.
It does. That's why you have an 8-hour work week and overtime and Social Security and medical. But
we know it doesn't regulate.
The Leviathan itself is the collection of what citizens believe in and laws, because they're just like a judge, right? Okay, the Leviathan is the judge. It sits up there, it calls balls and strikes. That's what it does.
Right.
And we agree to let the judge or the Leviathan call these balls and strikes.
But would you agree that this Leviathan is clearly a corrupt ref or a corrupt judge?
Is it basically, if you think about it, Leviathan is really following the will of the people, because if it wasn't, we'd have changed it.
Well, let me ask this about that.
But it's deploying properly. Go ahead.
Even with the social contract, we're in a country that, even though we have a contract, the mainstream America social contract is I can break it when I feel like it.
Not really.
Yeah, that's liberty. At least that's their perception of liberty.
Not really.
Well, okay. That, like he said, that's their perception of it.
That's their perception of it. But not really. You go to a third world country, then you know exactly when people break shit. Okay, the United States not that. It's the United States is very well regulated, believe it or not.
Well, that's okay. Well regulated, yeah. but there's an overarching belief that if I change my color, there are certain rules that if I break, I break them. My consequences won't be that severe.
No,
Okay.
I mean, once
I
again,
mean,
there's written rules and then there's the unwritten rules. It's
But
the
I'm
unwritten
talking about
rules.
the unwritten rules. That's
I mean,
absolutely. We break the unwritten rules all the time. You know, like
not really.
That's the problem.
Not really.
No, you follow more.
We follow more of them than you actually think.
Yeah, exactly. You follow way more of them.
More than you think. Then you break. Otherwise, you couldn't have a cohesive society.
Right.
No, I'm not saying us.
We have a fire.
No, I'm just saying generally, everybody agrees. Generally,
Agrees.
Yeah. Pockets. When we
Pockets.
walk on the street.
Yeah, not to break in people's houses because trust me, you don't have it. You do.
That's a written contract.
No, that's unwritten.
It's unwritten.
It's not unwritten.
It is unwritten.
It's actually written. It's written in law. Do not.
No, that may be an extreme. I'm saying we basically know we
know better, and it's called right and wrong. That's what we call it.
This is kind of let me make myself more precise. It's written that to not break in people's houses.
Yeah.
But I could break into your 401k.
Good point.
You can, but the thing is, if you get caught breaking into a 401k, there's penalties against it.
Yeah, definitely.
And
but the penalties out.
These are written.
Fine.
Okay. If the vast majority of people adhere to what you just said, guess what happened to the 401k?
Okay.
It wouldn't be here.
Let's put it like this. Put it like this.
Well,
maybe the going in niggas' pockets was extreme because you know it's about robbery.
What I'm saying is somebody getting their 401k ripped off is rare. It's not that doesn't happen that often. Otherwise, the 401k as an entity would not exist.
Okay, well, here's something that's unwritten and it is done quite often. Baby deletion. Okay, that's something that was written and it's no longer written. And it's done all the time. Now, remember, a hidden contract would be that that women would maintain a birth rate above sustainability.
Right.
However, it's an unwritten contract that you can go to. Let's just call it the delete factory and get that done. And they did it to a ridiculous degree. Almost putting our population, at least half of what China would be if that didn't exist. So that would be an example of breaking a social contract. Another example of breaking a social contract is welfare fraud. That is breaking a social contract. That's saying we have a system in place, a safety net in place for if you accidentally or through no fault of your own, find yourself in dire straits. But what we have is people who break that contract and fabricate a dire strait or manufacture a dire strait so that they can take advantage of it. So when there is a unwritten contract, we as a society do break it far too often.
Not really.
Okay.
Not
we
really.
don't.
We don't. Not really.
We agree to disagree on that.
Okay. There's tons and tons of unwritten things that we do just passing each other on the street, okay?
Yeah, at a more basic
As
level.
a basic level. Otherwise, you could not have a cohesive society if you didn't have certain unwritten agreements to actually do right. Your parents teach you right and from wrong that's not even written, okay? And you follow that throughout your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the thing is, as far as baby deletion and basically a sustainable amount of children, okay, that's not written down. That's not written.
I got one just came to mind. A good example of a social contract just came to mind. Lining up in a single file line at Starbucks.
Yes.
I got you.
Why do you not just walk through that bitch and just bump and go straight to the counter?
Yes.
Because the person just almost did.
Exactly.
It's a social pressure.
That's you know what? Let me
their job to not serve you.
Let me add to that and just to be the antithesis of that. We line up in a straight line at Starbucks, but there are people who feel like they're entitled to skip in front of people regardless, and unfortunately, there are other people who will be on their side.
But those are anomalies.
Well,
I get that.
L.A.R. Any place in the world where you go, people line up and wait their turn.
Mm-hmm. And then there's some slick,
anywhere.
And sometimes there's a slick disrespect.
There always, whether it's written or unwritten.
Not, it's a functional straight line, and everybody goes.
Everybody follows it. Yeah,
like we did as little kids.
Yeah.
like you learn as little kids, and you agree to do
You
and
agree?
maintain
Listen,
social.
it's
That's
an
yeah,
unwritten social contract. In
it's
fact, the
yeah.
UK, 60% of the UK laws are not on the books. It's a social norm that's followed.
There's
Agreed.
dozens of them we don't even think of
That's
that
like
we adhere to.
yeah, absolutely right. All I'm just being extra about it. Like if I get in line
Uh huh.
and I get in a line, and somebody that doesn't look like me come in front of me, and I push him out of the line, it's gonna be a different conversation.
I mean, there's always variances, but we talk about the structure as a whole.
Right. That
I
I,
mean,
I'm,
okay.
I'm saying,
absolutely.
Basically, if you go to the one of the worst apartheid systems, uh, is okay, is in India. Or we're looking at an apartheid system in Palestine. That's like Ta-Nehisi Coates went over to Palestine
Right.
and said even my great grandparents didn't go through the same shit they go through right now. That's a severe apartheid system in modern times that we're looking at. And guess what they're doing to those people? Okay, the same thing is this is the human experience.
That's you know what? Let me like when you said Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yeah, the interesting thing about him talking about that, people were lost. Like, how could you be? Are you pro? La da 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 da. And it's like, dang, this is the part of this country that is so problematic. Like, oh, you. There's all of these rules, but they apply to a different group of people when it's convenient.
No, it reminds America of a throwback to the time when that shit was normal in America. That's what they're afraid of.
Well,
They don't, they don't
they
want
support
to.
it though.
Huh? Some of them, some do, some don't. Okay, you just had a whole group of people lost an election behind that kind of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's part of my thinking about some of this stuff is that concept of we as a group of people, the idea of America and the reality of America. Some of us feel it close and some of us feel it's far off.
And the idea of America and the reality of America is not just a function of what we think about inside this country, because we're integrated into the rest of the world. And the rest of the world has a say on what we do and how we do it as much as we do. And that's what we keep forgetting.
I don't think we forget. I think this country purposely ignored.
I contraire, sir. I do this every day for a living.
You
I
right.
know.
You right about that.
I know. Okay. Which is why I'm frustrated. And that's why I'm going at a certain group of people that's supposed to be freaking experts, and they don't get it. It frustrates me. Okay.
Okay. Like, and I hate to say it this way. I don't think them people don't get it. I think it's just I don't want to deal with it.
They don't get it. I know the difference between I don't want to deal with it and they don't get it. They don't get it.
What you mean by they don't get it? It's not.
In other words, they so okay that we know what the definition of blue pill. You're so indoctrinated into a system that you can't see the red
They
pill.
don't want to see it, right? Or they can't see it.
They can't see it. Okay.
They can't believe. They can't. They don't want to believe it.
And which is why a lot of people have told me, even people that are subs of mine that come back later told me they hated my guts for about 2 or 3 years. And I said, why? It's because you made me see something. You made me see something. I was see something that I wasn't comfortable with.
You making niggas stare into the abyss.
I make you come out into the light and say, this is what it really is. Okay.
And that's the abyss to some niggas. They wanted to. They was like Cypher. They wanted to keep thinking.
They want to go back into the matrix and stay their rock star. Okay.
Yeah.
And eat their fake steak.
That's what I say, and that's but no, all jokes aside, like literally, some people's identity, and it's not even not. We might be the ones that are not normal.
Yeah,
that can stare into the abyss and not blink.
L.A.R. can tell you, I lost a whole bunch of friends in this space behind telling the truth. Bunches of them.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. They don't make no sense, but that's unfortunate. That happened.
It's weird to be telling the truth. Because you don't do shit but tell the truth, or at least try to be as objective with the information. It's not you saying it. I don't.
Yes, it is.
Well, yeah, I guess.
But obviously, you don't understand. He write too much.
And if that's it, like
you just don't say that too loud, man.
I forgot what I'm dealing with a bunch of niggas from the plantations.
LAR, I put a link in
Plantation
the chat room.
psychology.
Because I went off the other day, man, on my master teacher's channel. I just cussed niggas out. Okay, I had to get it off my chest. I got tired of
But
them. I
hey,
just cussed
matter
them
of fact,
out.
I'm glad you said that because I said that earlier, LAR. I said a lot of niggas, especially that find this space, thought before they found this space, they thought, or a lot of, not even in this space necessarily, but just generally black men, functional black men walk around thinking they the only functional black man
Okay.
in 100-mile radius.
You know the difference between a white space that I go into and a black space I go into. Okay. If I go in a black space, okay, and a white space, and them white boys can't overwhelmed by the information I give them, guess what they do? They shut the fuck up and they listen. You can hear a mouse peeing on cotton. That's how quiet they are. I go in a black space with the same shit. Guess what?
But that's what I'm
The
saying.
exact opposite.
You dealing with a bunch of men who got the "I was the smartest nigga I ever met" syndrome,
Mm-hmm.
and when you come around with the shit, you be dropping, and they clearly don't know. They don't even know what they don't know. Their identity was built on the fact that they was the smartest nigga they ever met, and particularly nigga, and use a nigga that seems to be more right than them, and that fucks with niggas' identity. I can see that.
There's a comment that I saw what you put in the back chat, Game Changer, but there's a comment of Kanye West when he says, "I was right, I just wasn't right now," and that's a problem. Like, and that's what BGS kind of said earlier. He's been right about stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it took a minute to soak in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
It took the reality to actually catch the obvious reality to actually catch up with him.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And let me back up. That's part of what I was talking about the Black Manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the best things, and sometimes the problematic thing is it's too ahead of the curve for people to want to deal with it.
Yeah, it is. But the thing is, okay, because I did this for 14 years before I even came to YouTube. Okay, and because our group was tiny. I do mean tiny. I mean, if we had 1,000 people that follow us, we were good. Okay, so what we had to do is put in ideas, memes, and information. It was so far ahead that people would actually argue with it for the first 2 or 3 years, and then when it came about, then they come back looking for you. And that's what I wanted out of this space. Now you can't go anywhere without people mentioning the Manosphere. Why? It's because we're right, because we actually predicted this stuff well ahead of time. Okay? And people argued with us and stomped and kicked their feet, stuff like that, and now they're back. Why? Because we had the answers. But you have to do it that way. Because, L.A.R., you've been around here longer than I have, right? How big was the Manosphere, especially the Black Manosphere? How big was it?
Small.
It was so tiny you couldn't even see it, right?
Yeah, it was a blip on YouTube, pretty much.
Basically, it wasn't even a one light town, right? It's a stop sign, okay? If you pass the stop sign, you missed the whole town, right? You cross the street, you're out of the town, okay? That's how small it was, right? And to get this enterprise we called because I left the main white manosphere because, okay, number one, they wasn't willing to accept the reality of being a black man. Okay, I wasn't willing to do, you know, for dollars and cents to actually subvert my blackness and my experience for that. That's like we started it more, right? Because I wanted to give what I had to black men because I wanted my black men to have the opportunity to be better, okay, or to make moves and make an impact on their lives, right? That's why I came to the black, because I didn't have to do this. Man, I was in the conscious community. I could have done what Dr. Umar does and a bunch of other people were. They have 400,000 or 500,000 followers. Okay, I could have gone on the chitlin circuit just like he did, because my mentor, she's connected to all that kind of shit. Okay, that's really what they wanted me to do. Take my information and do on the chitlin circuit just like everybody else. Okay.
You would have been cold on the chitlin circuit, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. You'd have brought some information you got. You would have been bigger than Umar.
Yeah, but I'm here giving it for free. But that's another. That's a whole nother story. But the thing is, because I had done that for my space and for the continent. Believe it or not, we did it for the continent. That's how come I know the African the African experience as far as financials like the back of my hand, because I had to study it for like 10 years. What was wrong with it? What moves you had to make? Because in 2002, when we first started, they thought it would be another 1,000 years before Africa made its move. And I'm talking about everybody, including the Pan-Africans. Oh man, Africa's going to be a backwater for another 1,000 years. I said, not if we make, if certain things happen, it won't happen. In basically less than 20 years, Africa is right on the cusp. Okay.
I gotta say something. I gotta back this up for 1 second, because I forgot to say this a long time ago. When it comes to the Black Manosphere, for all y'all who don't know us, there are a good portion of guys that are in the Black Manosphere, or were in the Black Manosphere, that were making content before you could monetize, before YouTube even monetized.
Yeah.
So that's normally the difference you're gonna see, is the people who were here before monetization and the people who came after.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And basically in 2016, when YouTube was trying to kill monetization as far as ads and stuff like that, I said, okay, you know what? We're gonna give these niggas super chats. If y'all willing to support your content creators, we're gonna put in super chats, and that's when the money really started to take off. And people were directly able to support it. And YouTube said, oh, we can make money off of this too.
You imagine that revenue stream? They just getting free money. They getting cut in on every free dollar.
They didn't intend for super chats to work the way
they did not. No, they did not. They thought you Negroes would leave us hanging on the vine and we would die a slow death. That's what they thought.
Let me say, there's a reason why O'Shea would say brothers learn to, like, he learned that brothers will support brothers. And the reason was, and there was let me see how can him, Obsidian, and Angry Man, they tried to work out, was it called, a commission?
The commission, like the commission.
So at the time, me and O'Shea was cool in. So I was looking.
Yeah, y'all was tight as thick as thieves.
We still cool shit. We still cool, but but we were talking at the time that was going on, and he started doing some studying of the YouTube or whatever when it first started getting monetized. He said, "Hey man, I think we could make a good amount of money and the brothers support us. Like, I think this will actually work." And I told him then, I said, "Hey man, when money come into play, people might change."
They did.
And he was like, he said, "Well, we're gonna see." So, and basically that's what happened. Like, the commission broke up because everybody thought they could get their own.
What happened?
They became competitive instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Cooperative. Yeah.
So much for the commission.
Yeah. So that's part of where that initial beef or whatever came. So the money at YouTube, it once it got infused, it ruined some things and it made some things bigger.
Yeah. Basically, it was the super chat stuff like that was supposed to kill fringe movements like the Manosphere and the Black Manosphere. Okay,
and it didn't.
And it didn't. It actually went the other way. And YouTube found out they can make money off of this. Okay, instead of killing the channel, okay, these channels are making money for us. Why kill them? Okay.
Yep.
You can actually make direct money without begging the advertisers.
Like, it's the craziest revenue stream.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And then that happened, and then people like Kevin came on. Kevin actually blew the whole thing out of the water. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was telling him. I was telling him earlier. That's how I found the space. Through Kevin.
Part of why I did this or whatever was because some people were when I see people talking about the Black Manosphere, to me it's like they're just talking about black men podcasting, regurgitating what we've already done.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not really the Black Manosphere. That's just some black dudes who are like, I seen Kevin make money, so I can make money.
Yeah.
And it's like,
fresh and fit anybody.
Exactly.
It's a deep hole to get here. I was saying that earlier. Like, I don't know if you heard BGS, but we was talking about it's a complex algorithm to end up actually finding the actual Black Manosphere. Like, when people refer to it colloquially, they talking about fresh and fit and and shit you just see scrolling.
Andrew Tate, which never been part of the Black Manosphere,
but people don't really know.
That actually appeal to white people,
Yeah, that's why I say people is really it's actually a gift to stumble upon this space, because it's obviously not advertised. you actually kind of got to go through. Like I said, I found it. The algorithm pointed me towards it from Kevin Samuel shit, but then you got to kind of go through a tedious trek because it's not an organized, centralized space. So
let me say this because and say this right now publicly while I got the opportunity. A lot of what y'all are seeing is coming from a few different people. See, a lot of y'all don't realize the debate part. That was BGS because that was damn Coliseum.
Just Coliseum, yeah.
So what you saw from Kevin, what you see from all of these panels, that's the Coliseum. And then what you see in BGS for women, because he had a women's page to let the women talk. That's the panels you seeing with the men talking to women.
Yeah, yeah. Which Kevin took the, thank God for Kevin, because he took the model and polished it and made it to what it was.
Yeah.
And so now you see it's on a Pop the Balloon, Kendra G, a whole bunch of other women that actually do the same kind of shit. They came from a BGS for women, and people hated that channel for about a good 2-3 years. I mean, hated it.
And it was crazy. I was just watching a Kevin Samuels episode for the first time in a good while, and them episodes gonna be timeless. Like they're not gonna age as long as YouTube has them up. Like people, he definitely crafted some special shit.
He did.
You know what I'm saying? When you really look at it, grand scheme.
And he's also doing the rebranding thing that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Completely rebranded Black Men, a more adult one.
Yeah.
So he worked in that direction.
Yeah, he took the diamonds and polished them. That's what he did.
There's a reason there's a method behind the madness. Like when it came to relationships, like I said earlier, social commentary and politics, a lot of people watching YouTube and social media, they don't know that. Okay, there were people when this space was not monetized and when it was small, who were anti the Black Manosphere, who would wind up getting on national radio. They would get on television shows. Like the literal people, like they wind up on TV, and people didn't. We were considered. There's these fringe men on the internet who are bashing Black women, and so.
Right.
No, it was before incel was a word.
Yeah.
Oh, they wouldn't even call you incels yet. Yeah. What was they called? What was they characterizing you as?
Black women bash.
Basically, they're calling you lonely. They were calling you women haters. They were calling you a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, losers, whatever, anti-feminist, you name it. Depending on what sector that you were in.
So like a lot of people don't realize how, like when you wind up hearing people, when I wind up listening to people, when I see stuff Shannon Sharp say, and I see even Cam Newton, I'm like, I heard that before. You know what I'm saying? When you start seeing it on television, I start hearing it on Ricky Smiley. I start seeing, and on these political shows.
Corey Holcomb.
Yeah. Well, Corey Holcomb been 5150 for a minute.
Yeah.
He's got to be listening to somebody.
Oh, they all listen.
Underrated. You know who's underrated? Like as a pioneer, Tim Alexander. He did a movie called.
Yeah.
I remember we actually when before he even put the film out, me and my buddy actually interviewed him before he actually released the film. So I remember
really?
talking about. Yeah.
What film was it?
It was a diary of a
frustrated black man.
A
tired black man. Yeah.
I don't think I ever seen. I never.
Go back and look for it.
It was a trailer. It initially started as a trailer, then we had to make a whole movie.
Had to make a movie, yeah, because we interviewed him like 2 or 3 times. Same thing with Sister Stewart that wrote the Matrix.
You know what we really fumbled though, collectively as a space.
What's that?
It is not getting Gigi movie put together. Motherfucker would break the internet.
They would have, but thing is, I was trying to tell Gigi, because Gigi tried to do it like 6 months after he got here. Man, you haven't been established. I was trying to tell him at the time. I said, because I used to run, run these trailers for him. He hadn't been established. I said, it can happen. Had Gigi done it now, it'd have been no problem. Okay.
Yep. If he stayed.
If he had, that's a whole
Yeah,
different thing. Why we can't be here because he's got to make a living and
but that project, I just recognized the gravity of something where
Yeah.
I would if Gigi could, because you have to put a bunch of information and essentially all the research that this space has done over these years, not just directly, but the way he would narrate.
I wouldn't put it past him that it'll be done in some time.
And he had about 8 PhDs to actually come on and talk about it at the time.
Yeah,
So
man, that would break some shit.
It would have, but But the thing is, sometimes an idea is too soon. I was trying to tell him that at the time because he asked me about it, and I said, I'll support you, and I'll help you. But the thing is, I think number one, you don't show your face, and number two, you haven't really been. They don't trust you just yet. Okay, like I said, had he waited another couple of years, a year or two, we probably could have done it easily.
When
Well, BJ, I want to say this.
People like you that with a face, y'all missing an opportunity to show because there's Tubi and there's right now is a hotbed of opportunity for people who is willing to put their face out there and make a movie.
Oh yeah,
you made Red Pill movies, put them on Tubi. I could see it taking off.
That's interesting.
That's the other side because by not showing your face and become a personality, you do miss out. So, but there's pluses and minuses to it.
No, but I'm saying if you are willing to show your face, like L.A.R, Bernard, y'all can get together and make a pretty decent Tubi movie.
Now you know what you might got an idea on that one. Chaos.
Right. I'm gonna say something. Besides the England's award, everything that's going behind closed doors in the upper room. Upper room. I know you're trying not to mention these Black Brain Trusts, but they want to be the head niggas in charge. Let's be honest.
Okay, so what?
And they try to fight for that space. Okay. So now, and here's my thing.
Okay.
They stopped doing live streams after the election, but now doing uploads with some uncharacteristic.
Oh yeah, that's why I cussed them out.
It's not a fight either, bro.
It's not a fight anymore.
Their views, they get like 300 views. Nobody's even watching it.
Let me say something, and it's not a disrespect to them, but I'm gonna say this. Brothers don't realize even back in the day, they asked for a different type of content, and the Black Brain Trust was doing it, and brothers wasn't supporting it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a level of frustration from some of these content creators that some of you brothers ask for different things and nuances, even of the Black Manosphere. And when you got them, you didn't want them. So there's a certain anger there.
Content strategy. We all.
L.A.R, I love you. I respect you. Hold on, let me say this. L.A.R, I respect and love you. But at the end of the day, you had to come on here and put out and get the audience you deserve. Not everybody's gonna fuck with you. I've been doing this for 5 years, and I wish I had a certain artist, the girl in it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And I can't complain or argue about it. But for some people that's complaining, say, I deserve this, I need all this. Then say you go out to put out the content and let the chips fall as it may.
Yeah.
That's how it always supposed to work.
The thing is, because I told them when they first started, okay, you're gonna have to change the way that you present the information. You can't just throw up a couple of documents and ramble. Okay, you're gonna have to make it concentrated, and you're gonna have to connect it to people, which they never did.
And so it's so many spaces around this space that do. I mean, it's obviously just the substance of what they're doing, because like Mr. Z, he don't have a bunch of flash.
No,
and he gets 150 people watching live. L.A.R. got respect and does obviously your pre-uploads and shit game is immaculate. And you can do a live like this or a chat like this and have a serious conversation. The substance of their platform, they're not even using StreamYards.
No,
you can't even get on.
This ain't just a thing about the Black Brain Trust. I'm just saying, because I'm gonna tell you how I know about the frustration.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have conversations with people who go, so you mean to tell me if I do this in the Black Manosphere, nobody's gonna pay attention to it, but there's dudes just in YouTube emulating the exact same thing, and they just get more views in the audience, and it's like,
it's called being blacklisted.
There you go.
That's part of it, which is which I probably should have followed Kevin and O'Shea and Angry Man and a bunch of others out and said, okay, renounce it and go do my thing. I'm just too stubborn. I refuse to.
That's a and people don't realize, like, how can I say this? The saying I'm not in the black manosphere, somehow you just get popped out of the damn.
They remove your name from the list. Just
yeah, because even Kevin said it. Like, I ain't in that no.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he had to renounce it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the rub. Like when you see other people who are not, they're just black people, and they're using all the talking points, but they're not in it. That's their issue. With I don't want to be associated with it.
That's true. But the thing is that if you want to make it a business, you want to make money, that's one thing. The thing is, do you want to make impact? I'm here to make impact. So
Right.
I am perfectly willing for them to steal my stuff and spread it to their 200,000 or 500,000 viewers, okay?
Yeah.
And so they will spread to where it becomes part of the main. Now, we're part of the mainstream, okay?
Yeah.
In fact, the black feminists hate us so bad, man, they're calling us out by name. We have bullseyes on our backs.
You know what it
Okay.
is, BGS? I think with niggas, I said this to one of my homies the other day. Like
Mhm.
I met a lot of niggas in the world and
Mhm.
through my life that was trying to get some money.
Mhm.
Like that's a dime a dozen. A nigga trying to get some money. I
Mhm.
very rarely meet black men trying to get some power.
Mhm.
And that's what you're talking about, having impact and influence at a deeper level. And a lot of niggas just don't understand.
Well,
Hey,
hold
They're not
guess
on
what?
that mission.
That's what compassionate they
Get
do
some
now.
money.
They do
on. I was
now.
about to get. See. Let me say this. For the record, when the black manosphere, when the brothers actually came together, as we a group, we looking out for each other. When that happened, from that point on, in the beginning, people was like, "Hey, man, these fringe Negroes, they just on the internet talking BS, blah blah blah." And the feminists, even the pro-black community, we were kind of like a fringe laughing stock. And the problem became as the momentum grew,
Mm-hmm.
what we did and what we were doing and the content we were putting out and the observations that we were having of society was so right so often that it started to throw a monkey wrench in everybody else's program.
Yeah, to the point you got to get blackballed and shadow listed and throttled.
But even past that, it shrink the black political power, the black feminist power, the even some of the pro-black power. It's created this bubble where they can't really. This bubble is really bigger than theirs because now it's the elephant in the room that people don't want to touch because it's gonna blow a hole in a ship, and it wasn't supposed to be that. I remember the days when the ladies was like, well, you won't change policy, you won't affect America, you won't affect the society. And then it's like, yo, and I remember when the groups was like, you brothers you ain't gonna do nothing of any significance. We got it, we're going this way, and it threw a monkey wrench in that.
I think we underestimate. Me and Z was talking about this offline. We was chopping it up and talking about just when we interact with other people outside of the space, and I realized just how far ahead I am in class, so to speak, that like I'm lecturing people with a lot higher education levels than me. Like I got a lot more answers to questions than the average person based on what this space is producing and just the perspectives and the critiques, like you said, of culture and society and history and economics and geopolitics, that inherently this is it shouldn't exist in the way that it does. And I realized that just by interacting in real life with educated people, University of Chicago grads. They're behind, like I said, like they're amazed at the level of insight that I have in real life. So I already know this space.
I so grasshopper.
No, for real though. But that's why I say I I really feel like this is the black male media. This is the center of it, especially intellectually.
It's because the stuff that I'm telling you guys, okay, 99.99% of people are not supposed to know. Jamal Thomas said the same thing. He just said it to, I forget who it was. He said that to Richard Wolff. He said he was working in a software company. The company was actually upstairs, and because of his condition, he couldn't walk upstairs, so he had to sit downstairs at a separate desk. All he had with time on his hands, all he had to do was study and read stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And what he started to read, he found out that the world didn't work the way it did. They taught him that it did in college. Yeah, worked a completely different way. And what I'm telling you guys is something you cannot learn in college. Okay, I'm telling you guys shit that you ain't supposed to know. In fact, I'm only telling you maybe 10 to 20% of the shit that you ain't supposed to know. Because if I tell you more of that, then some of the stuff I had to take down. Okay, there's one that was way like Lenny told me. He said, okay, I said you're well ahead of the curve, and they will come after you for this shit. You need to take that shit down. Okay, and that was the one where with the ruble and the Ukraine thing. Okay, which turned out during the selection Zelensky said the same thing. Kamala Harris said they have to attack you for us to actually apply the sanctions. So the shit I said 2.5 years ago finally came out of out of one of the leaders' mouths. Okay, because I'm too far ahead of the curve because I know how these people work. So the shit that I give you guys when you guys go into any arena, that's what I wanted out of this space, so that no matter if you came out of the Black Manosphere and you followed the Black Manosphere, you followed some of the talking points and got into the information, you could walk at any level and talk to people. You might not know all the answers, but the thing is you can have a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm saying in my experience, I literally have equivalent compared to them. Mm-hmm. And I'm dead ass serious. These are people that I wouldn't be astonished. I'm astonished that I know just I'm looking at it at a whole different lens than them, and it's answering questions that they have about the structure and how shit is actually, why shit is happening, how it's happening. So yeah, I understand why the space is blackballed. Like you said, they just us having these open conversations like this and exposing each other to these ideas and the way the space is weirdly networked, and it's definitely, I think it's the future of especially black male media. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe not, man, because it could all come down tomorrow. We don't know.
I'm gonna shut it down and get my ass ready to go to bed because I got to get up early because I'm old. I hurt my back.
Yeah, I have to bed.
But thank you, BGS. I'm gonna just thank you because you over the years you've taught me so much that I've been pondering over that I can't repay it. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Oh man, what did Yamin said? How does one blade of grass stink the sun? Without you guys, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, but you made a lot of us smarter.
Hey man,
it's called a red pill, sir.
Yeah. But I'm gonna go ahead and do this. But I appreciate you. Next time I do this, y'all know y'all all welcome.
All right.
But I got to get up early.
All right. L.A.R. Peace out, man.
Peace.
Go to bed, baby.
Yeah.
Peace, bro.
You got it. You got it.
All right.
Chaos out of here. Game changer, man. Appreciate you.
Yep. You know it.
Peace. Yeah. Appreciate it, Chaos. I'm gonna set this out. All right.
It looks like a job for Superman.
Do this, spoken from the lips of the young or the old. There are me. Yeah. Gotta put it all in. And they are Superman. All the way. I guess I'm taking off the cake through the glasses in the trash. Being super is great, saving y'all is such a drag. Even God took a break, me I ain't coming back. I got one life to live, if you don't like it, that's your ass. Cause nobody saved me, cause when I'm drunk, I'm just a peon. I could use somebody just like I'm the kings of neon. This world is cold as ice, mixed with salt, mixed with that's better than being peed on. For eons, human beings took kindness for weakness. When you constipated, you start to appreciate shit. Put before you life and death, and you just gotta choose. The kryptonite life means you still follow the rules. If your credit's messed up or your bills ain't paid, then it's getting disconnected. Can't nobody say the day. And I can fly, leave a building in a single bound. But I can't stand fair weather friends, and I just fly around. My super friends is Justice League. Only folk I kick it with. Kill Lex Luthor, so what? We had to finish it. Kids play games and adults play for keeps. And me, I play to win, but I ain't playing in these streets. And life is not a joke. Then again, it ain't this serious. Superman can say the day, but God can say the Superman. Saga of the kryptonite, life just ended. You enjoy listening? Man, I finished it. Lois, come holler at me. I got an ice couch. Thank you for coming out, listening. I knew you would like it because we made it. I'm so frigid and so fly.